Welcome to the Liminal Record. Grab some popcorn, grab a blanket, and let's get into it. My brother saw a ghost as a kid. 2 decades later, I realized what he actually saw. I was about 7 years old, my brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just the three of us at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of the hallway. Taking another left down that hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across the hall from our upstairs bathroom. At either end of the hallway are open windowed doors we always kept locked and we rarely used. The door on my end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. The house kind of leans into a small hill. My brother and mom both had a bad habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper, and they just couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stopped on his way to his room and came back towards the bathroom. I'm going to try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk into the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway. I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and didn't catch it. But she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway through the windows is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was about 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in our car about a dog we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behaviors when my mom blurted out, "Do you remember that time I opened the door for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?" This really caught me by surprise because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. Gun owner family, in a quiet rural West Virginia neighborhood, etc. I asked her what she was talking about and she looked equally surprised as if she had just revealed something by accident. "Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window when I looked and saw a man staring into my bedroom." She went on how to describe turning on the lights caused him to take off running and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops. I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall, white male, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out he had escaped from jail on a murder charge. Now I know it sounds so obvious hearing these two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago, in my mid-20s, that I pieced together that my brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. Had an incredibly frightening experience last night and wanted to know if anyone here has ever had a similar encounter. So last night I was at a classmate's house working on a group project we have due tomorrow. I live in an apartment in the town where our university is located, and my classmate lives at his parents' house, which is in the foothills just outside of town. In order to get to the house, you have to drive along a relatively secluded and narrow 2-lane road for about 5 or 6 miles. We started working on the project at about 6 p.m., and I ended up hanging around for a while after we finished our working. So I left his house pretty late, about 11, and started down the road back towards town. I didn't realize how tough it would be to navigate the road at night. There were no streetlights and the road was unkept and riddled with potholes. On top of this, I had no cell service, so I had to drive very slowly to make sure I didn't blow out one of my tires since I'd used my spare a couple of weeks back. I figure I was about 3 miles from the house when I rounded a tight corner and saw a pickup truck with a camper shell parked diagonally across the road. The manner in which it was parked completely impeded my path and I couldn't drive around because there was a gully on both sides of the road. The only way for me to go at this point was backwards, where there was a pull-off that I could use to turn my car around. At first I couldn't see inside the cab, but when I turned on my high beams I saw that there was a man slouched over in the driver's seat, his head resting against the steering wheel as if he had been knocked out after a bad accident. I immediately sensed something was wrong. The way his car had just coincidentally come to a rest in that position that totally blocked the road was a big red flag for me. I had heard stories of people playing dead in the road as a way to lure unsuspecting people out of their cars so they could rob them. I decided, screw that, and elected to get back to my classmate's house and explain what was going on. I threw the car into reverse and I kept my eyes darting back and forth between my rear view and the truck. I looked and saw that I was almost to the pull-off where I could turn around. When I looked back, my heart skipped about 5 beats. The man who had been slouched over in the driver's seat was now walking at my car at a hurried pace, while a few other men jumped out of the camper shell and started moving towards me as well. I panicked and accelerated backwards into the pull-off, which messed up the undercarriage of my car pretty bad. As I put it into drive, the guy was already at my passenger door tugging on the handle, which, thank the Lord, was locked. I only caught a brief glimpse of him, but his face appeared to be scabbed and leathery. Definitely a meth head or some sort of drug abuser. I sped away and didn't slow down at all until I reached the house, constantly checking my rear view to see if they were following. Thankfully, they didn't tell me, and when I reached the house, I explained what happened to my classmate and we called the police. I was grateful that my buddy's parents were kind enough to let me stay the night. They didn't find anyone on the road matching the description, but I filed an incident report and they told me they would be on the lookout for similar vehicles and suspicious activity. Years of watching crime docs might have saved my life. For 6 months last year, I lived in the north of Spain. About a week before I was going to move back to Ireland, my friends and I were at my house having dinner and drinking a little. I was renting an apartment in the city and my roommate was an older lady, maybe in her 50s. I'm 20. That night, my roommate left to go have dinner with her friends. About a minute after she left, someone buzzed our door to be let into the building. I looked at the camera and didn't recognize the woman. She looked to be in her late 20s, early 30s, so I just assumed it was one of my roommate's friends and she was coming by to meet her or something like that. I buzzed her into the building, assuming they would meet in the lobby. At first, I didn't buzz her in because I didn't recognize her and she walked away from the door. But then I hit the buzzer as soon as she walked away and I, myself, walked away from the camera, meaning I couldn't see if she actually entered or not, assuming that if she didn't enter, she would just call or text my roommate. Boy, was I wrong. The woman came up to my apartment building on the 6th floor. She came up just 2 minutes after my roommate left, so I know she didn't take the stairs, and I know they must have seen each other when my roommate got off the lift and the lady got in. Realizing that this is weird, I do not open the door when she rings it. I look through the peephole just to confirm that it was nobody that I knew. At this point, I back away from the door and gesture for my friend to be silent. We creep back to my room, which is at the far side of the apartment, and I begin calling my roommate, who isn't picking up. Meanwhile, the lady is incessantly ringing my door. My roommate is not picking up, and my friend is telling me to just open the door. In her mind, it's a woman, so she must be harmless. I tell her she's an idiot to underestimate the female sex. Women can be criminals too. She keeps telling me to open the door, and I refuse. The door keeps ringing. I keep looking out the peephole. At this point, I understand that if she knew my roommate or was looking for someone specific, she would just call or text them. She didn't take out a phone at all. She just stayed eerily silent. She didn't call any names or ask if anyone was home. This was weird to me. I finally get through to my roommate. She said she wasn't expecting anyone and that she doesn't know anyone in that age range. She asks if I'm okay and I say I'm fine. Now it's been at least 20 minutes. I know the lady knows someone is home because the lights are on, and my understanding is that's why she's not leaving. I continue watching her through the peephole to see her go into the lift for a minute and then come back out again. The lift is really loud and I would have heard it move. It didn't. She just went in and came out. In my mind, this means someone is in the lift waiting for her. This screams sketchy to me. After about 40 minutes, she leaves. I run to our hall and flick on the outside camera. The lady left the building with 2 men. They all had backpacks on. I will eternally be grateful for trusting my instincts and not listening to my friend. Sometimes it's better to be safe than sorry. Creepy lady with henchmen? Let's not meet again. I just knew something was off. The police just left my home. A couple of months ago, while house sitting, dog sitting for my parents, I had an eerie feeling. As an obsessive ID channel watcher and a younger female, I played it off as paranoia. During these few days, whenever I took the dog out, he suddenly began sniffing areas he never sniffed before, particularly under each of our windows, and thankfully, it's because of him that I discovered 2 larger footprints under the window that looks directly into our living/dining room. Around the same time, about 2 months ago, I noticed a man walking up and down our street that I'd never seen in the entirety of my life, small Midwestern town. He also had, in my opinion, odd mannerisms. Prolonged eye contact, continued staring, and craning his neck as he walked by and never returned my smiles, hellos, or waves. Eventually, I became irritated due to how creeped out I was, both with him and the eerie feeling in general, and decided to wave. Upon no acknowledgement or turn, other than a cold stare, I got up and acted like I was going to follow him down the street, to which made him walk faster and turn a sudden corner. Never saw him again. Now today, I help my parents out by picking up their dog from the groomers, as it's right up the street in a safe suburban area. Oftentimes I don't walk while running errands in town. When I returned home with the dog, I had an unexplained horrible feeling the moment I walked in the door. Something, maybe a blanket, seemed misplaced. Something was off. I threw a little laundry on the basement and quickly stood up and looked around. No one there. Then I proceeded to the bathroom to check my makeup, and right when I look down to my left, there's feces in the toilet, with no toilet paper and not flushed. I've been the only one home all morning. I immediately throw back the shower curtain and start shaking. Adrenaline? And when nothing is there, I close the bathroom door and lock myself inside. I called dispatch. They arrived in less than 2 minutes. They searched the entire property, make me check my laptop to see if any recent search history isn't my own. Interesting. And check the fridge to see if food is missing. All valuables are accounted for. I know this isn't my feces. No one in my family would have a bowel movement and not use toilet paper or flush. I know someone's been here, yet because I love horror movies and the ID channel, they think I'm crazy. Hey dude, I now have my dad's knife. Let's not meet. I almost give a serial killer a car ride. So a little background here. My father was in the Army for 21 years, retired, and moved to a very small town in Central Florida. He got bored after a couple of years, and even though we didn't need money between his retirement and what my mom was making as a bookkeeper and tax prep, he wanted to go back to work. He started working at various gas stations, and it being a small town, the owners wouldn't care if I came there and helped him with stocking the coolers or even running the register, as long as I didn't sell any beer or smokes. This all took place in the late 80s, early 90s. The actual story I'm going to tell took place in 1990, and I remember the date well because it was shortly after my birthday, and being 15 in Florida, I had just gotten my learner's permit, and my dad would let me drive him to and from work just to get some experience on the road, both day and night. I was sitting in my usual spot at a table that was set up along the windows, book in hand, feet propped up and Mountain Dew on the table along with some snacks. I would generally spend most of the evening that way, reading books and getting up to run the register / stock the cooler at different times. I remember glancing up because something caught my attention that was unusual, and I realized that a lady was walking up our parking lot from the direction of the interstate. The gas station was right on I-85. This in itself was really strange, because where we were located, you don't get many people walking, and definitely not walking from the direction of the interstate. I figured she had broken down somewhere, and was coming to use the phone to call a tow truck or something. I was completely wrong. She came into the store, looked around for a few minutes, and I remember getting a strange and creepy feeling about her. She walked up to the counter and started telling my dad a story about how she had gotten stranded and needed a ride up to the next big town up north from us. Ocala was the town. This is important. My dad lets her know that he's working and there's no way that he can take her. She turns and looks at me, and while she's looking away from him, my dad catches my eye and suddenly shakes his head no. I was confused for a second, but then she turns back and my dad points at me, asking if I can take her. My dad responded back that I only had a learner's permit and wouldn't be able to drive her anywhere and then drive back. Normally I would have done it even though it was illegal, because I'd done it a few times before already. I didn't argue with my dad, since this was completely out of character for him. He was normally chatty with the customers, but for whatever reason he was almost curt and dismissive of her. Turns out he had a bad vibe about her from the minute he had seen her walking up the drive. Well, she cusses him for a minute, and he basically tells her to get out of the store. She slammed the door open. I thought the glass was going to break from how hard she slammed it, and then she stalks out of the store and down the driveway. I keep an eye on her and continue to watch as she makes her way back up the interstate and starts up northbound on a ramp. Almost a year passes and I'm in my bedroom, less than a week before my 16th birthday. I hear my dad yelling from the living room, "Son, get your ass in here and look at this." I quickly run to the living room and see my dad pointing at the TV and looking at the mugshot of the lady up on the screen. I immediately remember the lady who had been in the store. Turns out I almost gave a car ride to Eileen Wuornos, who was later convicted of being a serial murderer and then later put to death. I still have nightmares about what could have happened. I was almost kidnapped in Miami because of Instagram. My best friend is an influencer. Not big time, but with a big enough following to get free stuff, and she's gotten 2 sponsored trips. She still works a full-time job, but does the Instagram thing on the side mostly because of the perks. She's not big enough to live off this just yet. Anyway, this was her first trip. A little boutique hotel from Miami contacted her via Instagram and DMs and offered her an all-expenses-paid trip to Miami for Memorial Weekend in 2018, in exchange for her to be in the hotel and take pics and do a couple of stories. She was told she could bring a female friend with her if she wanted to, and everything would be covered for. This was her first time doing this, so at the time she wasn't really sure how it worked. They sent her a bogus contract for her to sign, and it said she'd be responsible for paying for her plane ticket to Miami, and that she'd be reimbursed for it later. This was to prevent a no-show, meaning the influencer gets the ticket purchased by the hotel and the influencer never shows up. It seemed reasonable. She invited me, a gay dude, instead of a female friend because she was nervous about the whole thing. We figured it wouldn't be a big deal, and worst case scenario, they don't want to pay for my plane ticket. She'd just cover it for me, and that's that. We were supposed to be picked up by the hotel at the airport, so the day comes, we arrive at Miami, and there's a guy holding a sign with her last name, and the paper has the hotel logo. We are greeted and we're escorted in a black SUV. Here's where it starts to get weird. As soon as we're going to get in the car, the driver is visibly upset. We thought he was talking to the guy who walked us over, but he was talking to my friend. He had a very thick accent and was wearing dark shades. He was telling my friend she was not allowed to bring her boyfriend, me, and that she said it was 2 girls, 2 girls. Hotel told me 2 girls. No, 1 guy, 2 girls. He was demanding to see where the other girl was. We were speechless and confused. The guy who walked us to the car looked annoyed, got in the passenger seat, and started to fight with the driver in Portuguese. It wasn't Spanish. And then he turns to us and asks where the other girl was at. My friend tells them very upset by now that there is no other girl, that she is at insert name, and that I'm just the friend coming with her on the trip. The big guy in the passenger seat gets out, tosses our luggage out of the car, and says something like, "This is some bullshit." Gets back in the car, and they take off. That was it. We were in shock, utter and complete shock. My friend immediately emails Melissa, the PR person who had been in contact through email with her, to tell her what happened. No response. We decide to take a cab and show up to the hotel. When we show up is when everything made sense. The hotel had been rebranded and had a completely different name, owner, and staff. We show them the IG, and is indeed the IG of the hotel it used to be, but not the new one. They never contacted us. They never did anything. Whoever was in charge of the old IG account for the hotel did, or whoever got a hold of it did. Mind you, this was a somewhat big hotel account with about 10,000 followers. It was real, but upon further inspection, we realized the pics were really old and so were the posts. My friend felt like an idiot and would not stop crying. We called the police, met up with a detective, but nothing ever came of it. They investigated who was running the account before, who had access to it. None of the people who used to run the account had anything to do with it. Nothing ever came out of this. It's upsetting and scary to know whoever wanted to abduct my friend or any other girls by using this old hotel Instagram knows who my friend is. The IG has since been deleted and we never heard anything from anyone ever again. But to think my friend would have been kidnapped had she gone with another girl instead of me sends chills down my spine. Be careful, and creepy hotel in South Beach. Let's not meet. At first I thought I was going crazy, but now I'm pretty sure someone has been entering my apartment while I'm at work. So this has been happening for about 1.5 years now. And tonight something happened that finally made me and my boyfriend realize that I wasn't imagining things. About 1.5 years ago, after living in my apartment for over 5 years, I all of a sudden started noticing that things would be out of place when I would get home from work. Things that almost seemed out of place on purpose to mess with my OCD. Sometimes I would notice knives that were put back into the knife block the wrong way, or little ornaments that I have lying around my house being turned to face the wrong way. Sometimes my clothes were hung up in my closet the wrong way. Little things like that where I would feel like something was off, but there was no way to prove it. And in all honesty, it could have just been me being absent-minded when putting things away. After a couple of months of things randomly being out of place, and always having that creeped out feeling, things stopped going out of place, and I put it to the back of my mind and stopped being so paranoid and moved on with my life. That is until about 2 weeks ago. For the past couple of weeks, my cat has been seriously trying to tell me something when I've gotten home from work. Any of you that have a cat will know that exact meow. It's not an I'm hungry or I'm pissed because you've been at work all day meow, but oh my god, you won't believe what happened meow. If that makes sense. I didn't really think anything of it because cats can be jerks sometimes, and I just assumed he was just bored wanting to complain. The other day when I came home from work, though, I noticed a pair of balled-up socks that do not belong to me sitting on my bedroom floor. My boyfriend came over the next night, and I told him he had left a pair of his socks here when he had stayed over on the weekend. He looked at the socks and said that they were not his. My heart sunk, and so did his. We both knew that someone had been coming into my house again, and that I probably wasn't imagining it the first time. A few days later, I came home from work and found a bag from a lingerie store on top of my couch. It was empty. The bag had come from inside my house, as I had just bought a bathing suit from that store a few weeks prior, and the receipt for it was in the bag. At first I thought my cat may have dragged it in there, but upon inspecting the bag there were no teeth marks, as well as my cat couldn't have opened my closet door and gone into the paper/cardboard recycling that I keep in there on the top shelf. The final and perhaps most unsettling thing happened tonight. My boyfriend met me after work and we went out for dinner. We went back to my apartment after, and I went to unlock my door and noticed that it was already unlocked. Locking the door when I leave my house is the one thing that I'm the most OCD about. I don't just double and triple check it, I quadruple check it. It's not just a habit I have, but it's something that is deeply ingrained into me. Anyone who knows me knows this about me, as I even do it to their doors. I have to check 4 times or I get an icky feeling. Even my boyfriend was on red alert when he noticed my door was unlocked. We entered my house and I was checking to see if anything was out of place. He ran to the sliding glass door and tugged it, and it opened right up. I never leave that door unlocked. He witnessed me lock it on Sunday when I closed the door because it was getting too cold. He saw me check it 4 times. I have not opened it since then. We're both convinced that someone has been in my house. Whoever has been coming in somehow has a key. The fact that they left the sliding door unlocked makes me think that maybe they're planning to come back with ill intentions. If they have a key, why would they need to unlock the sliding door, unless they don't want to be identified by the cameras at the front of my building? Either way, I've already ordered a security system, but unfortunately it's not going to arrive for a few days. Any suggestions on anything I can do in the meantime to keep safe? Also, what do you think? Am I just being paranoid, or should I go with my gut on this one? I wish it was my drunk roommates eating my food. This is my brother's girlfriend's story. She doesn't have a Reddit, but I told her about this subreddit, and she wanted to share her story because it's creepy, but it's also to learn from. I go to a school in a big city that's one of the least safe in the US. I chose the school for nursing and definitely not for the location. I live in a row of houses off campus with 4 other girls, cheaper and nicer than dorms, or so we thought. I guess you get what you pay for. We are all girls and sophomores in college. As you would guess, we go out and drink, come back and do things we don't remember. We had just started our rent in August. 3 floors, plus a basement which was padlocked by the owners. Understandable, we would definitely have parties down there to avoid immediate cleanup. The house was great, an amazing location to the school and work. I'm a CNA who works odd hours, important for later. It was not expensive, it was in good condition. I've never lived with that many people before, just one roommate, so before we definitely knew if one of us had misplaced or changed something. I started to notice my snacks were either half gone or completely gone. I was getting annoyed, but a house of that many people, it's too much work to go figure out who ate it, so I ignored it. Slowly, as girls do, we started making comments about someone eating our food, but passive-aggressively, college girls. We all just let it go because who wants a whole house fight? I work until about 11 in the NICU. I get home around 11:30, mostly on weeknights. I started to notice pans left out or snack wrappers lying around. I thought it was odd because one of my roommates had done that before and just thought they probably drank a bottle of wine and then went to bed and forgot about it. Again, my roommates start making comments. This time we started to ask because it was getting annoying, all of our food being gone and things being left. I know it was one of them, but who wants to admit they ate someone else's snacks in college? Snacks are a high commodity. We chalked it up to the girl who always smokes and eats her weight in food. She swore it wasn't her. This went on for about 2 months. It got more obvious someone was clearly taking everyone's food. Definitely the girl that always smokes. I've seen her eat an entire snack pantry in a night. I wish it was her. One night at work I was about to get off, but a situation happened and I didn't end up leaving until about 12:30. I took the bus home. I carried pepper spray, a taser, and a pocket knife. I got home and I was about to collapse. I wanted to go to bed ASAP. I walked in the front door and the stairs are directly in front of you. You can also see down the side into the kitchen. I walked in and saw someone in the kitchen, but I was too tired to say hi, thinking it could end in a 30-minute conversation about nothing, so I just went straight upstairs. When I got to the second floor, I noticed all my roommates' doors were closed, which always means they're all either in their room for the night or asleep. I got a weird feeling, just something made it click. They were all asleep, right? I texted our house group chat asking if anyone was in the kitchen. I felt stupid for even asking. 2 responded no, and the other 2 said they had been asleep. I knew it wasn't any of my roommates down there at that moment. I dialed 911, but I didn't press call. I crept into my roommate's room across the hall, thankfully, or maybe not thankfully. She didn't have her door locked. I whispered, telling her I think someone is in the house. She gave me the widest eyes ever and almost looked like she was going to cry. She didn't suspect anything like I had, but for reference, we were in a very bad area, as in there was a shooting in the house 2 doors down only weeks earlier by the intruder. She mouthed to make the call. The whole time we were dead silent, and we didn't hear anything really at all. I was starting to think I was seeing things after such a long day at work, and I was regretting that I'd dialed, thinking I'm going to look like an idiot when they show up and I was just overtired and dreaming. We explained what's going on, and they said they'll send someone as soon as possible, and that actually does mean right away since it's a big and dangerous city. The police showed up and I didn't even want to go downstairs, but the operator confirmed it was them, so I did. But the whole time I could swear the operator could hear my heart beating. The police came in and looked around. I'm thinking, I look so dumb. They asked if there were any other floors. We'd tell them technically the basement, but it's padlocked, so really no. They checked the basement just in case, and, well, yeah, they were right. A man had been living in the padlocked basement. Block was pulled off the hinges and just kind of propped up against the wall. We never looked at that, though, because we rarely went out back. The guy had taken a comforter off of one of my roommates out of the hall closet, had a mattress from God knows where, and his clothes, well, he was the one moving and eating all of our stuff. He would come out in the middle of the night and do it. He started getting more comfortable. I don't know if he was drugged out and forgot to clean his tracks, or if he just didn't really care. Me and my roommates have pretty consistent schedules during the week, probably letting him think that any time after 12 was good to come out. We never slept with our individual doors locked, and that's what freaks me out the most. He had access to any one of us at any moment, and we had no idea. When he was getting arrested, I was the only one to go down and look. I don't know why I did. I wish I didn't. I took a picture in the process of him being arrested to show my roommates who were too afraid to go down. This is him. So yeah, let's never actually meet, dude. Someone always rings my doorbell at exactly 11:05 p.m. Since almost a year now, end of August 2019 to be exact, I've moved to an apartment in a different city because my mother, who I lived with in my hometown, passed away from cancer. I've moved here with my long-term boyfriend and one other roommate, who's been a good friend to both of us since before we had even started dating. We all absolutely love it here. The location is great. It's a 15-minute bike ride from my university, and it's located at a square with a grocery store, drugstore, lunchrooms, etc. So we pretty much have everything we could possibly need to survive within walking distance. However, after just a month or 2 of living here, someone has started to ring my doorbell at exactly 11:05 p.m. semi-regularly. Sometimes every day, sometimes every other day. Sometimes there's a week in between, and sometimes there are a couple of weeks in between. But it's always around 11:05 p.m. And every single time, I get no answer each time I ask through the intercom who it is. Except for one time, but we'll get to that in a bit. At first I thought it was friends from one of the neighbors who accidentally rang the wrong doorbell. But after around the 4th time, I grew suspicious. And after more than those 4 times, I started noticing that it always happens at either exactly 11:05 p.m. or a few minutes earlier or later. My boyfriend and roommate both work at bars, so they both work until very late and would usually only get home around 2 a.m. So each time it happened, I was always alone at home, and it started to really freak me out after a while. When I first told them about it, they kind of shrugged it off and said it was probably a wrong dial, like I thought at first. But when I told them that it has happened so many times, and sometimes even daily, they didn't really believe me and thought I was just being paranoid and spooked. However, one night, when the doorbell rang again, I answered the intercom asking who it was. I heard very heavy breathing. I was thoroughly spooked at the moment. I was again home alone and kept asking who they were and what they wanted. I couldn't make out from the breathing if it was a man or a woman, but I heard strange mumbling or whispering, and then it was dead silent, and then they appeared to have left. I had put my apartment door on a double lock after that. I was so scared and spooked out. Thankfully, my roommate got home a little earlier that night, around 30 minutes after the doorbell rang, and he could tell how upset I was. Now with the corona crisis, my roommate and boyfriend aren't able to work anymore, and now they also witness the frequent door ringing at 11:05, so they now do believe me and agree that it's very odd and creepy. We have a balcony that looks down at where our apartment building's main door is, but because there's also a shop right underneath us that always has those curtain roof things on it, the view to the door is partially obscured. Every time our doorbell rang, me, my boyfriend, and roommate would go to the balcony to see if we could see anyone, but we never could. I've also asked my neighbors from my apartment building if their doorbell also gets rung so often, but the ones that I asked all said that it has never happened to them. So 2 weeks ago, my roommate decided to do some investigating and went outside of our apartment building at 11 p.m., standing across the street and pretend to have a smoke while keeping an eye on the door. He said he did see a man who looked kind of suspicious wandering around our apartment building, who slowed down his pace significantly as soon as he approached our door. But when he spotted my roommate looking at him, he quickly walked away. We aren't 100% sure if it's the door ringer, but that was very suspicious. Our doorbell hasn't been ringing at night since that day, and I'm hoping that maybe it will stop now, but there's a possibility that it will continue again in a few weeks. So, strange man who rings my doorbell at 11:05 at night so often, please stop, and let's please never meet. I might have saved a woman and her daughter from a nasty encounter in the Australian mountains. This happened about 4 years ago. Some backstory. I'm from Australia and lived there during this event. At the time, my girlfriend, now wife, lived in another country, but was visiting me over Christmas break. I lived in a big city, which if you drove about an hour in any direction, would either lead to another city or beautiful nature. My friends and I decided to take my girlfriend at the time to see some of this beautiful nature, and we decided on a national park about an hour and a half from where we live. The place is definitely no sort of secret location. It's very well known, but there are a ton of different areas to it, all with different rural and windy roads taking you to various areas of the park. We'd gone in 2 different cars, my friends in one, my girlfriend and I in another, to have some time together. We finished out the day of hiking and we were heading home down one of those less common roads. I remember seeing this really beat up old 70s sedan with a wild looking dude in the driver's seat drive past us in the other direction. This wasn't uncommon as there are a lot of smaller, less economically sound towns spattered around the area, but for some reason him and his car stood out, and my girlfriend noticed it as well. About 200 meters further down the very windy road, there was a pull-off area, just a semicircle of gravel you could pull off to look at the view towards the ocean. There was a camper van belonging to a company that mostly rented out colorful vans to backpackers parked there with a woman standing in front of it. As soon as she sees us, she jumps out onto the road to flag us down. Now, I've read enough of these subs know pulling in to help her on a quiet road might not be the safest idea, but back then I hadn't, and my friends were in the car directly behind us. Luckily, she wasn't the person I didn't want to meet. She was quite obviously upset and scared when we pulled in. I told my girlfriend to wait in the car, and I got out to speak to her. She was almost in tears. I can't remember where she was from, but it was Central European from memory. Touring around with her 4 or 5-year-old daughter. She told me her van had broken down, and she'd pulled off there and called a van company's assistance line when she was waiting for help. By this time, my friends had pulled in behind us, and a couple of them had come over to see what was up. Apparently, a scary man had driven past her a few times already. First time pulling over to offer to take her and her daughter to the nearest town for help. She had thanked him and said no, that she was waiting for the assistance vehicle. He left, but then he kept driving past every 10 to 15 minutes in opposite directions, slowing down, looking at them, driving off. She begged us to stay with her while she waited for the assistance vehicle, because this guy terrified her and her daughter. We agreed. My friends, being the awesome people they are, decided me and my girlfriend were enough and they ditched us. Thanks, guys. We stayed with the woman for a little while before the car that my girlfriend and I had seen earlier drove past kind of slow, coming the opposite way we'd seen him the first time. As soon as he'd driven around the bend, the lady told us that was the scary man she'd seen before we got there. This got my girlfriend and I to take her much more seriously after the feeling we got from the guy just seeing him on the road. A few minutes later, he came back from the other direction and pulled into the parking area. Some more context. I'm not an intimidating man. I'm tallish, but I have almost zero muscle and fairly soft features. So there's not at all intimidating me, a terrified foreign woman, her tiny daughter, my girlfriend who doesn't look that intimidating, but is tough as nails, parked off a quiet road in a rural location with a not so nice looking dude pulling into where we were. Great. He gets out and is redneck as hell and definitely not friendly looking. No judgment on the redneck part. I come from a poor country town north of the city and those are my people, but hopefully it sets a picture. He strolls over to us. At this point I walk towards him to put myself between the girls and him. I have no idea where this bravery came from. I would definitely not describe myself as a brave person normally. He looks at the girls, then me, and asks if he can help. I tell him no, we're just waiting for the assistance vehicle, and tell him that we've got it covered. He says then maybe he could stay and wait with the woman and her daughter so we don't have to. I tell him we're happy to stay and thank him again, but we've got it covered. He kinda just stood there for a while staring at all of us, not really saying anything, giving off mega creepy vibes. After what seemed like forever, another car drove past us and looked but kept going. That seemed to startle him. He mumbled good luck and got in his car and drove off. We waited with this poor scared woman and her daughter for almost 90 minutes. Ended up talking a lot and hopefully we had made our opinions of Australians a little brighter after Mega Creep, who drove past once more after about 15 minutes after he'd left us. Finally, the assistance vehicle arrived. A bigger dude who could definitely handle himself. I asked to see his ID and stuff to be safe, but he was in a car marked by the company, had all of his tools, and definitely seemed legit. We gave the lady my number and asked her to text me when she was off safe. She was so grateful to us for staying with her for such a long time. It made me feel good that even if this dude was just a weird-looking, awkward country guy that didn't mean harm and really was just trying to help, we had still made her feel more comfortable in a strange country. I don't think he was, and definitely believe he was up to no good, but you never know. I did get a message from her to say she was safe, so everything ended well. But creepy mountain dude, let's not meet again. That time I dodged human traffickers in Texas. So 2 summers ago I'm cycling to a smoke shop. It's kind of out of my way, in a not great neighborhood, but I'm fairly confident. It's daylight. I ride all over the city and I know the store. I was 24, short, had short pink hair, but I always considered myself too intimidating to kidnap. I forget that even if I am a veteran, I'm also a short white girl. I pull up to a crosswalk and I'm waiting for a light when 2 Hispanic guys start catcalling me from a windowless white van. No identification, no stickers. Even the way they yelled at me was weird. It wasn't the typical, nice tits, locker room BS. They would talk to each other and then yell through a cracked window about how we're gonna get you. You're next. It felt off like they were excited, but I just flipped them off and rode away. End of story, right? Over a mile later, I'm right around the block from my destination. To set it up, there was a massive empty lot, really more like 2 lots, on my right. That was the side I was riding down. To my left, there's the back fence of a very old and probably abandoned house. It was like that all around, mostly drifters or old people in poverty. A few trap houses. The point is there was no one else visible, and even if they had seen this, they wouldn't have said anything for their own safety. I'm pedaling along when the album ends and I think, I'm almost there. I'm not going to stop and fumble with my phone. That saved my life. As I'm thinking this, a white van pulls up on my left and stays right inside my peripheral. They revved the engine a few times and tried to spook me, but something told me not to move. Don't let them know you know. So I acted like my music was playing and pedaled a little faster. Up ahead of me was a brick wall to my left, and a tall tree over it before a quick alley entrance. Suddenly, they punch the gas and pull up in front of me, stopping next by the brick wall. They were trying to corner or funnel me, putting me in a position where I had to ride between their door and the wall. This all happened in the span of maybe 7 seconds. I honestly didn't feel panic. I didn't actively register any fear or sweat or anything. It was like someone much calmer took over my body and said, "Nope." I remember instantly crossing the street without even thinking about the movements or why. As I pedaled up to their side, I realized that it was the van from before, and now it has a window repair magnet on the side. It's too small to look good and has absolutely no contact info, just a generic name. I kept rubbernecking and see that there was no one in front, but there was movement inside the seats. The guys were in the back by the door. They had planned to literally drag me off my bike, off the street, and do God knows what to me. Once I was past, they scrambled into the front seat and pulled out so hard they burnt rubber. I got to the store safe, but I still hate myself for not taking the plate number. Not that it would do any good, they probably switched them out later. I knew I had been almost kidnapped and killed or worse, but it wasn't until I told the story to someone from Mexico that I found out it was traffickers. They said it sounded sadly familiar, and it happens all the time. I have no family, and my roommates are just roommates. I would have been gone for 3 to 7 days before anyone decided something was wrong. And even then, they would have just known I left on my bike and vanished. I would have been across the border or dead before anybody even knew I was gone. So human traffickers, let's not meet. I was home alone. It was the middle of the summer, and my parents had left for the weekend to go to our house in Cape Cod. It's about a 2-hour drive away, so it's no big deal for them to leave me alone for a few days. My mom had made some pulled pork and pasta for me to heat up and eat whenever, and I had some money if I wanted to order a pizza. Things were all good. The first night I was alone, I stayed up until 3 in the morning playing Xbox, so I woke up really late the next day. I checked my phone when I woke up and saw that it was a little past 1. I'd made plans to play some street hockey with my friends at 3, so I threw myself out of bed and stumbled into the shower. I take really long showers, so when my parents are gone, I go mental. I was there for about 45 minutes on my phone, scrolling through Reddit and Twitter and whatnot, when I heard my front door open. The bathroom is directly up the stairs from the back door, and the thing is pretty loud when it opens and closes. I immediately froze, since obviously I was supposed to be alone. I waited for about 2 minutes, ears trained in, trying to hear anything else. Nothing. I figured it was just the wind, or maybe my parents were home early, so I turned off the shower, wrapped my towel around myself, and slowly walked down the stairs to check it out. So the stairs of the kitchen, where the back door is, are pretty tight and walked in. So it's essentially like walking down a tighter version of this, but replacing the rail with a wall. So I can't see into the kitchen when I walk down. Even though my house is old, and each step on the stairs makes a super loud creak, I still took my time and tried to be as quiet as possible. I probably took 45 seconds walking down all 12 of the stairs. So when I got to the second to last stair, right before I could see around the corner into the kitchen, I take a little breath to compose myself. In my mind, I knew I was being stupid. There obviously wasn't anything in the kitchen, and there's no way I wouldn't have heard another noise, and there's no reason for them to still be in the kitchen, even if there were burglars or something in the house. After sort of mentally chastising myself for being such a wuss, I sort of chuckled at myself for being stupid, and just normally walk the last 2 stairs and turn the corner into the kitchen. Standing about 2 feet away from me in the middle of the kitchen is a man staring straight at me, perfectly still, with a massive smile across his face, just staring at me. The thing I remember most vividly wasn't his face or his smile, but his arms. They weren't just at his side. He held them in the strangest, most abnormal position I'd ever seen. They were where one would normally hold their arms, but he had rotated them to the point where they were almost completely reversed, as well as lifting them up and a little behind himself. I don't know why I remember this so much, but it's just the most demonic, abnormal position I've ever seen. Honest to God, I think I almost had a heart attack right there. Looking back, I can realize how creepy the situation was. But in the moment, I just took a step towards him and punched him as hard as I could in the jaw. sort of half slapping / pushing him towards the ground. The second I connected, I beelined up the stairs, dropping my towel in the kitchen with my heart beating out of control. I sprinted into my room and locked my door behind me. I quickly put a chair up against the doorknob like you see in TV. Almost without thinking, I immediately called 911 and nearly in tears told the operator what happened. As I sat on the floor of my room, in practically the fetal position, staring at the door, praying that a cop would be here soon, I noticed the light coming from the gap between my door had stopped. He was standing outside of my door. There are no words to describe the feeling I had. I was paralyzed with fear, watching the shadow across the bottom of the door shift in tiny ways. I stayed balled up, staring at the gap, praying the man would go away for what seemed like an hour. All the while, the 911 operator was asking, "Hello, sir? Are you there? Hello?" I didn't want to make a noise, and even if I wanted to move my arms to bring the phone to my mouth, I don't think I could have. Eventually the light returned to the gap, and I heard the faintest footsteps, slowly creaking the wooden floorboards as he walked down the hall. It was silent for minutes as I just sat there curled up, unable to even speak. I heard banging on the front door and the sound of 2 officers entering my house. I finally felt safe, and I opened the door to the 2 of them standing there, and I almost cried. Nowadays, my parents don't leave me alone anymore. Thank God. I check every lock on the house before going to bed. I still get nightmares occasionally, and my heart starts racing whenever I see someone standing still, but I'm doing alright. Even working with sketch artists and a few lineups, the police never found whoever was in my house. This sends shivers down my spine every time I look outside, half expecting to see him standing across the street smiling under a lamppost. I have no idea what he wanted or who he was, but regardless, let's not meet. Ever again. He smells like garbage. He knows where I sleep. He wants to eat me. This one's wild. This is going to be long, but it's worth it. But just in case. TLDR. Crazy customer gets possessive. Over a year later, he hunts down my sister and finds out where I live. Police find him dead in his car, full of written intentions to eat me, piece by piece, while I watch. I was working at a sports bar in the morning, and a big dirty fella sat down in my section. He had shoulder-length wild hair and dirty torn clothing. You know, typical loony garb. But I'm a good waitress. I don't plan on treating him any differently than any other customer, so I greet him, and I'm instantly hit with the smell of garbage. I grew up neglected and abused, which is important for a few reasons, some of which come into play later. 1. I know what it's like to be judged, and I empathize and overcompensate when I deal with someone who I think has also been wrongfully judged. 2. My parents were creepy hoarders, so the smell of garbage and BO together especially, gives me anxiety attacks. 3. Because of the abuse and some other trauma, I have severe PTSD. The sports bar was the last job I was able to hold, which means I'm always on high alert and hypersensitive to my surroundings and possible threats. I think in terms of defense always, especially concerning my home. So even though the smell of this man was skyrocketing my anxiety, I treated him well. I figure he was down on his luck. He came in on all-you-can-eat taco bar day and stayed for 5 hours, so I figured he hadn't eaten much lately, which struck a personal chord with me because our parents didn't feed us and we often went days without food. I felt so sorry for him, so I went above and beyond with serving him. He obviously appreciated it, and he left. Nothing unusual. He returned the next week and requested me. This time he had brought some emails he printed out between him and his ex, and asked me if I could read them and then explain some of the things his ex said since I was a girl. I told him I would read it when I wasn't working, which I had no intention of doing, and I took them and shoved them in my purse. From the emails I could see that his name was Steve. He later asked what days and shifts I worked, and I lied through my teeth. He started asking other personal questions too. I'm used to this. I've waited tables for 8 years, and at this point I've dealt with a fair bit of creepers. So I have a whole fabricated life story on deck designed to deter any funny business. Stuff like my boyfriend was a giant with anger issues, I have nosy neighbors, etc. I remember that the only true thing I ever told him was that my sister worked at Subway, and I accidentally mentioned her name. I remember vividly because I had a very strong gut feeling that I shouldn't say it. I wish I had listened to that feeling. A week later, during one of my night shifts, Steve came in, and he was pissed. He demanded to know why I wasn't working when I said I was. I said I had traded a lot of shifts recently. Steve got super close to me and exclaimed that I better be here next time, and he left. A cook told me he had seen that guy sleeping in his car in the parking lot that morning, and he had seen the same car parked in the lot several times when he left at night. He knows it was the same car because it was filled with trash. Steve came back in after last call and told me he wanted to place an order, but I said it was too late, so he went to the bathroom. I watched for him to leave, and he never did. At this point, I have a panic attack building. I tell the bartender and manager what's going on, and him and the bouncer find him standing on the toilet in the stall. They drag him out and tell him he can never come back. I told my boyfriend, so when he picked me up, he brought 2 friends, and I discreetly hide my face and disguise myself when I left, checking the mirrors to see if we were being followed. Steve never came back, and I ended up quitting shortly after anyway. Eventually, my boyfriend and I broke up, and I kept our apartment and had my sister move in. A few months later, things took a turn for the worst. I started dating my girlfriend, who was from a small town, and she wanted to take a weekend trip back home. When we got back, one of the window panes was busted in a multiple paned window. I asked my sister about it, and she said she hadn't noticed. She hadn't left the house all weekend, and she didn't hear glass breaking or anything else suspicious. This did not feel like a break-in attempt, and the more we thought about it, the scarier it became. 1, we were dead broke. There's nothing you could get any money from inside. Trust me, I've tried. And that's evident no matter what window you look in from. Like I said, I think defense. So all the windows have blinds, but there are a few gaps in them from the cats. I've looked through these gaps multiple times to be completely aware of what can and cannot be seen. Also, I put long screws on all the window frames so they can't be opened more than 4 to 6 inches. 2, the window pane was pried out, not busted in, meaning they knew someone was home and they didn't want to be heard. 3, it was the only night in over a year that I had left town. I didn't put it on Facebook and only told a few good friends. Neither my sister nor I have cars, so you can't look in the driveway and see who's home. The next night, we heard the neighbor's dogs barking and growling, and we heard footsteps in the yard. I grabbed the gun. I went to the living room next to the yard and listened, thinking to myself, be smart. Is this 2 feet or 4? And the second I realized it was bipedal, I started flipping the lights on and off rhythmically to make the person think we were signaling our neighbor. That made them leave. Sign 4, it wasn't a break-in attempt. You don't return to the house you failed to break into the day before. My sister and I got tasers and wasp spray. It's cheaper than pepper spray and it sprays further, because I don't have a CNC and my sister won't touch a gun. The rest of the week was quiet, and my sister was now armed. So that weekend, my girlfriend and I decided to go out. We got in a stupid fight that night, and when she dropped me off, I threw $20 in her car and said something snarky, like, here's my half of the tab, and went inside. She noticed when she was a few blocks away and texted she was going to come get it back, but I told her not to. She knocked, but I didn't answer because I was mad. I heard footsteps come up to my bedroom window, and I waited for her to knock on the window so I could yell and tell her to not come. But she just walked off. She texted to say she took the $20 in the screen door, so I got up to grab it, and there was nothing there. I told her it wasn't there and asked if it could have fallen out, and it wasn't possible. Then I asked why she walked to my window, and she said she hadn't. This meant whoever saw her leave the money had to be 50 feet or less from the door. It had only been 3 minutes tops from when she dropped it off to when I checked, and the only place that it could have been was our backyard. It also means whoever walked up to my window knew my girlfriend was there to see me and knew which room was mine. A week later, we heard footsteps in the yard again. I did the same routine, grabbed the gun, stood in the living room, started with the lights. Then I had an idea. This person needs to think that they can be seen. So I started to flip the switch every time I heard a step. Once they noticed, they started running. So I ran to look out the peephole to see a big fella with wild hair running down the alley. Even though I didn't get a great look, the general outline looked like Steve. So I started looking for the emails he gave me. Like I said, I'm always on high alert, and he raised concern. The second I noticed his full name was on the emails, I decided I was going to keep them. I get his last name and searched his public record. Then I pulled up his most recent mugshot and asked my sister if she had seen the man before, and her face went ghost white. She said yes. He smelled like garbage, and that made her anxious too. He came into her job a few times. But every time he came in, he asked her lots of questions. She said she'll never forget the creepy, menacing smile he plastered on his face the second she told him her name, and the feeling of pure fear it gave her. She rides her bike to and from work, so I'm betting he followed her home. One thing became painfully clear. He didn't hurt my girlfriend when she left the money. He didn't touch my sister when she rode her bike home. This was about me. The second she told me this, I called the cops. I gave them the emails, and I told them everything I knew down to the name of the cook I knew could describe his car. They found his car within weeks. It was abandoned by the lake. It was full of trash, a few personal belongings, and pages on pages of his crazy thoughts and intentions. There were hundreds of pages about me and what he thought he knew about me, my sister, and a checklist of all of the subways he checked to find her, what he learned from her, the layout of our home, my girlfriend's info, and the most messed up, his very sexually charged plan to keep me alive while he cut me up and ate me. The plan was to break in, kill my sister, and wait for me to come home. Then he was going to cut off a piece of me a day and make me watch while he ate it and touched himself. In less than 24 hours, the cops found his body in the lake. He was making human traps. I grew up in the countryside, right next to a national park frequently visited by nature lovers and bird enthusiasts. It was the kind of park where you're not really allowed to bike or ride horses, only walk or run. But 10-year-old me thought it was a stupid rule and did so anyway, because the trails were perfect for it. I knew fully well that I wasn't supposed to do that, and was caught a few times, but nothing much came of it apart from a half-hearted don't do it again. And I did, of course. Until one day something frightening happened that made me stop. My family were horse breeders, and I would often take one of the horses for a ride, usually in the Forbidden Park. This day, very early morning, the first day of summer holiday, it was beautiful outdoors. It was misty and foggy, yet a sky that promised a sunny day ahead. Since it was so early, before 6 o'clock, I knew there wouldn't be anyone on the trail to see me, so I let the horse set off full speed along the trail. I only slowed down on the part of the trail that got steep on one side, leading down to the river, because the thought of one step too close to the edge was too much even for a kid with next to non-existent risk assessment skills. Suddenly the horse came to a halt and refused to take another step. I grew up with horses all my life and knew that usually indicates that you need to investigate. Is there something with the hoofs? Did the horse spot something that spooked it? The hooves were fine, but the horse didn't move an inch. That's when I saw it. Someone had set up a trap, a thin, sharp metal wire across the trail, in perfect neck height for an adult. I stopped and looked around, but I didn't see anyone. The wire was well attached to 2 trees, and impossible for me to remove, so I led the horse around it, and to do so I had to walk up a bit to the wooden area on the side of the trail. That's when I heard the singing. There's a song called Hesh Tom Tigger, and it was that melody, but the lyrics were different and sung in a muffled, singering voice. Today I only remember parts of it, but translated it would have been something like, "Hey, all you runners, come here passing, let the lifeblood pour out." As silently as I could with my heart in my throat, I backed away, got up on the horse, and hurried back the way I came as fast as I could. I knew I had to tell someone about it, but at the same time I wanted to avoid admitting to riding a huge and very forbidden horse on those protected trails. So now I had a problem. The old stories about a mad old man living in the shed in the woods, a shed that was once a cottage for the local hunters, came back to me as I hung on the horse for dear life. I got home and I told my older brother what had happened, and he went back there with me in tow. We found the wire trap, and after a while of searching, we also found a spear-like pole in the ground, right on the spot where you'd land if you came running and jumped over a fallen tree on the trail. That's when we called the police. The area was searched, and several similar traps were found, but no sight of the old man. The following summer, though, there was big news in the local paper about spear-like poles being found right under the water's surface, directly under that little tower you're supposed to dive at from the lake. And black garage bags filled with big rocks were found on a narrow bridge crossing the river, so that if a car had hit it, risk is it would have gone off the road and into the water. The woman on my porch. When I was about 10 or 11 years old, I shared a room with my older brother, who was around 15. We live in a suburban area in New York. Not the greatest area, but not riddled with crime. There are 2 windows in my room, one that overlooks the backyard, and one that connects to the front porch. It came in quite handy for my brothers to sneak out and meet with friends. If you step out of the window, you're on the porch, so anyone on the porch can access this window. I was never bothered by that thought because, quite honestly, it never crossed my mind. My bed was touching this window, while my brother's bed was perpendicular to mine. It was an odd setup, but that's beside the point. Now, this was before we had any type of smartphone or laptop to keep ourselves occupied on the nights when we weren't sleepy, so we'd stay up talking to each other, making up dumb games to pass the time. This event took place during the summer. We stayed up into the late hours of the night, perks of having no school. It was probably around 2 a.m., and eventually we were playing a game where one of us was a goalkeeper and the other was taking a shot, like football soccer terms. We would both say at the same time either left, center, or right. If the goalkeeper guessed the same as the one taking the shot, he would get a point, and if the person taking the shot said a position other than what the goalie said, they got a point. We went for a couple of rounds, and I was beating him, even though at this point it's irrelevant. I don't remember what round we were on, but we did our 3, 2, 1 countdown. My brother, the goalkeeper, said left. I, the shooter, said center. The voice from outside the porch window said left. My brother and I froze. We had the shade down, but my mom had left the porch light on, so that was the only light illuminating the room, the dim porch light coming in from the borders of the shade. At the time, my mother was on the opposite side of the house, my sister the room over, my dad in the basement, and my brother and I crapping our pants practically. We waited for what seemed like an hour, but it was probably only 30 to 45 seconds, and we heard a giggle and a playful knock at the window. "Let's go another round. Come on, boys," the voice said in a cheerful, playful tone. Honestly, I want to say it was a scary voice and sounded menacing, but it didn't. It sounded like a woman, not too old, but not young. It was just normal, like a normal sounding voice. Nothing off about it besides where it was coming from and the time it came. My brother and I were seriously freaked out, and I was about to break down because of how close I was to this woman. The thought that all I had to do was lift the shade and I'd be face to face with this person scared me. And it made me go still and stiff, as if I had just looked into Medusa's eyes. After a while of my brother and I not responding, my brother started slowly moving from his bed to the door as to not make any noise. As my brother was tiptoeing to the door, the sound of nails being run down the window started. It was very slow from top to bottom. At that point, my brother made it to the door. He looked back at me and brought his fingertip to his lips, gesturing me to keep quiet. Once the nails stopped running down my window, I heard her light footsteps make their way off my porch and disappear. I lay there for an eternity, not moving until my brother returned, and I saw my mom move hastily by my door, making her way to the front door. The porch light flipped off, and I was left in darkness with my brother waiting in the doorway for Mom's return. I heard my mom call my dad up the stairs and his groggy, annoyed footsteps coming upstairs. They talked, then came in my brother and I's room, and we relayed what happened. Apparently, my mom had caught sight of the lady turning out of our driveway on foot, behind some tall bushes. Thank God we had a long driveway, otherwise my mom probably would have thought we were crazy. Considering no harm was done besides leaving me terrified of my window, my parents didn't call the police. They just thought it was really weird and stayed up the rest of the night to make sure she didn't return. I'm 17 now, and my brother's in college, so I have the room to myself. My bed still touches the window because I'm too lazy to move the rest of the furniture in my room so I can move my bed. The shade of that window has not been opened since that incident, and probably never will be. Poker face. This happened in Antioch, California. It was around 2 a.m. I was at a friend's house. Safe and warm, sheltered suburbia. We were having a lot to drink, chit-chatting, enjoying ourselves. Of course, when you're having fun, time hits the fast-forward button, and those minutes turn into an hour. I had too much to drink. My friend has a bit of an abrupt bedtime, so I had to dodge out early, still intoxicated. I felt too shameful thinking I'd be asking too much to stay in the house to sleep off the drunkenness. I suppose he was either too rude or too drunk to consider it himself. Whatever. Sometimes a little inconvenience makes you appreciate everything else. I needed about another hour or so to sober up to drive back. As fast as time passed during my stay, it decided to drastically slow down as soon as I stepped out of his house. It was a cul-de-sac area, a concrete jungle with the stem of the street breaking into a fork. Alongside the road, my car was parked. The only streetlight that worked was in the middle of the cul-de-sac circle, about 80 yards away. I stumbled towards my car, produced my keys, felt the metal line up, opened my door, and shifted to the back seat. Because this was a dark, strange, and unfamiliar neighborhood, I took the leftover newspaper and a sweater in my back seat to cover myself up. I was a little scared. I wanted to camouflage myself and not just be some guy awkwardly sitting in his car waiting for time to pass in order to drive home. I couldn't fall asleep. The uncomfortable feeling of a cheap backseat bed enshrouded in darkness didn't make the chance of slumber easier. It felt too ominous. And of course, my mind began to wander. I thought of worst-case scenarios, like how the police would shine their lights on me through the window, or a drunk driver hitting my car. And wait. In the distance, about 100 yards away, I could hear footsteps approaching. The gravel scuffed with each step forward, growing in proximity, but periodically taking stops. I wondered why, until it made sense in my head. Whoever it was probably looking through cars carefully, with the intent to steal one. I couldn't recall how many cars were on the block, but I counted 3 full stops until he was at my window breathing. I froze. There was no more than 1 foot between us. The car encapsulated me as I laid hidden beneath the backseat clutter, forming myself into an object, trying my hardest to be unnoticeable, unmoving, and simply not there. "I see you," said a 40-year-old plus man in perverse baby talk. Imagine when you were playing hide and seek, and one of your friends tricks you to coming out. He said it in that tone of voice, as if baiting me, like he was questioning whether the clutter in the back seat was just clutter, or a person. I didn't want to move or check the window. I remained clutter. Give me an Academy Award. My body reacted by minimizing my breathing so much that I felt paralyzed. I dared not to look. My eyes fixated on the back of my passenger seat. I didn't blink. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. My heart was pounding so hard that it shook my body with each throb. He circled around the car. My ears didn't fail me. I heard the steps. I felt like I was part of the car. I could feel him touching the trunk as he carefully pressed down on it, as if to test the alarm, as if to test me. I was in the middle of fight or flight. I couldn't do either without elevating danger. I was frozen and hoping to God he was bluffing. He circled the car again, The door handle to my right jiggled. He was pulling it multiple times. "I see you." Same tone, but more agitated and stressed. More convinced that he was trying to make that clutter move, revealing itself to be of his expectations that it was me. My muscles tensed like a cow before slaughter. That had to be metal against glass, like if you took a penny right now and tapped it to your window. A crowbar, a knife, a rock, a gun. My eyes fixated on the seat in front of me, never averting my gaze, like he was. I was covered enough to where I couldn't see beyond the seat in front of me. I know I couldn't see him, but I could feel his eyes resting on top of me. "My name is Pokerface. What's your name?" The voice changed in a lower, demented, and serious tone. My mind forced a visual. It wasn't anything human. I already accepted my death. I was ready to be shot in the head and ready to take a life-changing bullet, multiple knife wounds. Just make the sleep bearable, not excruciating, as you drain me of life. I wouldn't know how to react. My thoughts grew dimmer. I imagined my friend waking up the next morning after a calm night of safe and sound sleep, only to discover my mutilated, defiled, and bloodied body hanging outside my car door. It was then I heard nothing but my own heart. What was this person doing now? Just staring at me in the middle of the night, talking to me, or a messy pile in the back seat? Time froze. Then the footsteps were being swallowed in the distance. Thank God he left. I waited another hour until the sun showed hints of itself. I jumped in my front seat and bolted out of there, wide-eyed and sober. One decision. When I was a teenager, I was goth. Black hair, black clothes, black makeup, even had a pair of combat boots. My friends and I, in typical goth fashion, hung out at a local cemetery. We started going as a joke, but soon discovered we liked the peace that we found there. That all changed one night. My friend called to see if I wanted to hang out, and I did. None of our other friends were available. They were either working or recovering from partying the night before, so we were on our own. My friend picked me up and we drove up to the cemetery. We were hanging out, smoking cigs, and BSing about the latest issue she was having with her boyfriend when we noticed at the top of the hill we were on, about 100 foot away, a bonfire had been lit. You have to understand that this cemetery is about a block off campus of a major university, and it's not uncommon for college students to go there to party. My friend and I sighed, knowing that we would have to get going soon. It was illegal to be in the cemetery after dark, and we knew the police would show up because some jerks had decided they needed a bonfire. We decided to finish our cigs and then take off. Just then, the most horrible stench came wafting down the hill from the direction of the bonfire. My friend gagged and covered her mouth. I groaned and said, "What the hell?" My friend shook her head, saying, "I don't know what they're doing. Let's just leave." We get in the car, and one of us suggested, and I honestly don't remember who, maybe we should go up there and see what they're doing. My stomach turned and a cold shiver went through my body. My friend must have had the same feeling, because at the same time we both said, "No, we should leave." My friend turned the car on, switched on her headlights, put the car in reverse, and looked over her shoulder before starting to back up. I was still looking up the hill. A figure stepped in front of the bonfire. I could only see a silhouette, but I was sure whoever it was watching us. A feeling of terror hit me, and I said, "Go, go, go, go," getting louder and more panicked with each word. My friend looked back up the hill for a second, and just as the figure took a step towards us, she slammed on the gas and peeled out, going in reverse down the hill. She rammed the gear shift into drive, and we were out. We didn't say anything for a while until she said, "What the hell were they burning?" I shook my head. "I don't know." She dropped me off at home and I went to bed. The next morning I woke up and went out to the kitchen. My mom was there, drinking her morning coffee, and I joined her. We talked about her job for a bit when she suddenly comes out with, "Did you hear what happened last night?" I shrug and say no. I had just gotten up. She tells me a woman she worked with was kidnapped from the parking garage. Oh my God, I said. Did they find her? Yes, but too late, she replied. Whoever took her had assaulted her and ended her. They found her this morning in the cemetery. He had tried to dispose of her body in a bonfire. I froze. My brain was going a mile a minute. The realization was slowly creeping up. That's what that smell was. Needless to say, I never hung out at that cemetery at night ever again. I think back to our decision to leave instead of investigating the fire. That one decision could have changed everything. Dark silhouette in the bonfire. Let's not meet. The Smiling Men. About 5 years ago, I lived downtown in a major city in the US. I've always been a night person, so I would often find myself bored after my roommate, who was decidedly not a night person, went to sleep. To pass the time, I used to go for long walks and spend the time thinking. I spent 4 years like that, walking alone at night, and never once had a reason to feel afraid. I always used to joke with my roommate that even the drug dealers in the city were polite. But all of that changed in just a few minutes of one evening. It was a Wednesday, somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning, and I was walking near a police station patrolled park quite a ways from my apartment. It was quiet at night, even for a weeknight, with very little traffic and almost no one on foot. The park, as it was most nights, was completely empty. I turned down a short side street in order to loop back to my apartment when I first noticed him. At the far end of the street, on my side, was the silhouette of a man, dancing. It was a strange dance, similar to a waltz, but he finished each box with an odd forward stride. I guess you could say he was dance walking, headed straight for me. Deciding he was probably drunk, I stepped as close as I could to the road to give him the majority of the sidewalk to pass me by. The closer he got, the more I realized how gracefully he was moving. He was very tall, very lanky, and wearing an old suit. He danced closer still, until I could make out his face. His eyes were wide open and wild, head tilted back slightly, looking off at the sky. His mouth was formed in a painfully wide cartoon of a smile. Between the eyes and smile, I decided to cross the street before he danced any closer. I took my eyes off of him to cross the empty street. As I reached the other side, I glanced back, and then stopped dead in my tracks. He had stopped dancing and was standing with one foot in the street, perfectly parallel to me. He was facing me, but still looking skyward, smile still wide on his lips. I was completely and utterly unnerved by this. I started walking again, but I kept my eyes on the man. He didn't move. Once I had put about a half a block between us, I turned away from him for a moment to watch the sidewalk in front of me. The street and sidewalk ahead of me were completely empty. Still unnerved, I looked back to where he had been standing to find him gone. For the briefest of moments, I felt relieved, until I noticed him. He had crossed the street and was now slightly crouched down. I couldn't tell for sure due to the distance and the shadows, but I was certain he was facing me. I looked away from him for no more than 10 seconds, so it was clear that he had moved fast. I was so shocked that I stood there for some time, staring at him. And then he started moving toward me again. He took giant, exaggerated, tiptoed steps, as if he were a cartoon character sneaking up on someone. Except he was moving very quickly. I'd like to say at this point that I ran away, or pulled out my pepper spray, or my cell phone, or anything at all. But I didn't. I just stood there, completely frozen as the smiling man crept toward me. And then he stopped again. About a car length away from me, still smiling his smile, still looking to the sky. When I finally found my voice, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What I meant to ask was, "What the fuck do you want?" in an angry, commanding tone. What came out was a whimper. What the fuck? Regardless of whether or not humans can smell fear, they can certainly hear it. I heard it in my own voice, and that only made me more afraid. But he didn't react to it at all. He just stood there, smiling. And then after what felt like forever, he turned around, very slowly, and started dance walking away. Just like that. Not wanting to turn my back to him again, I just watched him go, until he was far enough away to almost be out of sight. And then I realized something. He wasn't moving away anymore, nor was he dancing. I watched in horror as the distant shape of him grew larger and larger. He was coming back my way, and this time he was running. I ran too. I ran until I was off the side road and back onto a better lit road with sparse traffic. Looking behind me then, he was nowhere to be found. The rest of the way home I kept glancing over my shoulder, always expecting to see his stupid smile, but he was never there. I lived in that city for 6 months after that night, and I never went out for another walk. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk. He didn't look high. He looked completely and utterly insane. And that's a very, very scary thing to see. Night vision. It was the summer before my senior year in college. My little brother, always interested in military stuff, had gotten a pair of night vision goggles for his birthday, and he'd left them at my apartment. One night I was bored, and I decided to go try out the goggles at a wooded hiking area / nature preserve nearby. In retrospect, this seems like a very stupid idea, since I was all by myself and female. But I was young and stupid, and I got myself all excited at the possibility of seeing a deer and any other woodland creatures in their natural nighttime habitats. I was familiar with these woods. My best friend and I had hiked there at night before, and we'd never run into anyone else. Our area is pretty rural and pretty safe, so I didn't anticipate any trouble. I parked in the little sparsely lit parking area, ignored the sign that said park closes at 10, and entered the woods, night vision goggles in hand. It was a half moon that night, and that was the only light that filtered down through the canopy of trees. It was pretty dark, and I didn't want to put on the goggles until I'd found a place to sit down. So I lit my way with a little mini mag light on my keychain. A couple of times I thought I heard rustling in the woods a fair distance away, but it was nothing out of the ordinary, and I put it down to animal activity. Hopefully the deer I'd come to see. After I'd hiked a fair distance, I found a fallen log to sit on and put on the goggles. I don't know if you've ever used night vision goggles before, but the effect is impressive. They can turn near pitch darkness into bright as day. Everything appears in shades of green, but quite clear and bright. For a while I had a blast looking around from my fallen log vantage point. Some chipmunks played around in the leaves nearby. A big owl blinked its lamp-like eyes at me from a tree branch. No deer, though. And I started to think that maybe they wouldn't be likely to come anywhere near me, darkness or no, if I sat right out in the open on a log. So I decided to find a place where I could be a little more hidden. I made my way a little deeper into the woods and finally found a huge tree, perfect for climbing. I've always loved climbing trees, so it was nothing for me to hoist myself up a few branches and settle in to wait for my deer. I didn't get to see any. What I did see, though, lit up in the bright night vision green after about 10 minutes of waiting, was this. A man, dressed head to toe in dark-colored clothing, making his way stealthily through the woods. He was coming from the same direction I'd come and was clearly trying to stay hidden, moving from tree to tree and glancing around carefully before moving on again. It looked very much like he was looking for someone. It took me a few minutes to notice that he was carrying something, and when I saw what it was, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. He had a knife, a big one, and he was gripping it as if he expected to use it in the very near future. It wasn't deer hunting season. This wasn't a nature preserve where hunting of any kind was prohibited. And at any rate, the guy was alone and not dressed like a hunter. There were no deer in sight, and very few hunters kill prey with knives. I was suddenly horribly aware of my situation. A young woman, alone, weaponless, in the middle of the woods at night. This was the 90s, so no cell phones, and even if I'd had one, I wouldn't have felt safe using it lest I draw his attention. I don't know how he was able to see so well in the dark. I guess his eyes had just adjusted, and I was terrified that he would look up and see me. So I sat there, afraid to move, afraid to breathe, and watched him as he continued his methodical and stealthy process of scanning the forest for who, or whatever, the hell he was stalking. I scanned around but couldn't see anyone else, even from my vantage point, and the sickening thought struck me that he might be looking for me. I remembered the rustling noises I'd heard in the woods when I first arrived. And then I thought back further and remembered something else. A white car that had followed too close behind me for most of my drive to the nature preserve. I'd been annoyed and a little freaked out at the time, but when I'd turned into the nature preserve parking area, the white car passed me and had driven on its way. I hadn't thought anything more of it. Now I wondered, horrified, if this was the driver of that car. If he'd circled back, seen my parked car alone in the lot, if he'd come in after me. I sat, paralyzed with fear, and watched the man for what felt like forever, but was probably a half hour or so. There's a heart-stopping moment when he paused right underneath my tree, and I was sure he was going to look up and find me, but he didn't. After a while, he seemed to give up on whatever plan he had in mind. I heard him say, "Fuck it," and start heading back in the direction he'd come, the direction of the parking area, and I stayed in the tree, wet with sweat and crying until the sun came up a few hours later. Then I climbed down, and still terrified, gripping the little can of pepper spray on a keychain, I made my way as fast as I could to the parking lot. The man had been there. My windshield had been smashed with a rock. Someone had scraped all down the sides of my car with something sharp. Presumably a giant knife that I'm lucky didn't end up in my chest. Thank God for night vision goggles that let me see him before he could see me, and thank God for big trees with sturdy branches. Creepy forest man. Let's never meet again. Tape recorder. My friend suggested I share my story here, and I finally have the time to type it out. I don't know if this exactly meets the standards of this outlet, but it is definitely the scariest experience I've ever had. Here goes. At the time, I was 10 years old, and I lived in a small coastal town in Newfoundland that was littered with large forests. Almost every house had acres and acres of forestry behind it, which in itself was very beautiful. As now I'm 21 and I live in a bustling city in Alberta, I do find myself missing this setting in my old backyard every once in a while. But it's usually accompanied by the unsettling memory of what I'm about to recount. By the time I was in grade 4, I was already trusted to be home by myself, as my mother was out to visit my grandmother and aunt, who literally lived a few minutes down the road from us. I was happy to have such a privilege. I was an only child, and my father worked in another province months at a time. So I was very lucky to have this opportunity. It usually meant late night movies and video gaming, and on the odd night, exploring the forests. This night I was exploring said woods. I usually never went too far in. Usually up to a large rock formation I like to climb and look through the trees in all directions. The house was always in sight, so I never felt scared or frightened by being there. It felt like my own private place that I could enjoy. So as I was scaling the rocks to sit in my usual spot, I suddenly started hearing a sound from further in. A sound that wasn't natural at all. Crying. Faint crying. It sounded like a child, maybe even an infant, crying relentlessly. I was more puzzled than scared, since the crying was the last thing that I would expect to hear in the forest. I must have listened for a good few minutes, convinced my ears were playing tricks on me, but it was in fact crying. In my mind, I imagined it was a young girl that somehow wandered too far into the forest and needed help. I considered going back to the house and calling my mother to help, but then I worried that the girl would wander further in beyond earshot. I decided to try to locate the sound myself. I made my way hastily through the trees and branches, trying to figure out the exact direction that the crying was in. It definitely wasn't as easy as I thought, and it was a matter of trial and error to even make sure I was going in the right direction. One thing I never realized as I was doing all of this was how consistent this crying was. No pauses, no words of any kind. Just nonstop sobbing and wailing that had no end. What I did notice was the closer I got to the sound, the more metallic it sounded to me. I eventually reached a small clearing that only had a few small trees and bushes and nothing else. I had never gone this far in before, so this was the first time that I had ever seen it. When I made my way in, it didn't take long for me to find the source of the sound. A gray tape recorder, one of the biggest I had ever seen, peeking out of one of the bushes, and the crying was coming out of the speakers. This really disturbed me, as I had gone all the way in expecting to find a real person, but it was only a tape recorder. As I was about to shut it off, I heard another sound coming from just outside the clearing on the opposite side. It sounded like steady steps, advancing in my direction. It only took seeing a tall, shadowy figure coming my way to send me running. Fortunately, by some miracle, I recognized my way back by identifying rocks and trees I identified as landmarks. Looking back, this probably saved my life. I never looked back, and I didn't try listening to see if the person was following me. I just kept telling myself to make it home, and nothing else. I had to get home. Once I saw the large rock formation, it didn't take me long to know the rest of the way without needing to survey my surroundings. I was out of the forest in record time and immediately ran to my house, locking the door and shutting all of the lights off as I went to my bedroom. I didn't want this person to know where I lived, or I would really be done for. After shutting the curtains of my window, I peeked out through them as discreetly as I could to see if whoever had been out there had actually managed to keep up with me. I didn't see anyone, but I stayed by that window for a good hour, waiting for something to emerge out of the forest shadows, but nothing ever did. After that, I went straight to bed. I never did tell my mother about what happened that night, and I was also never able to go back into that forest again. A bed for the night. When I was about 12, my great-uncle John came from Ukraine to visit us in Canada. He had a lot of stories, but this was the one that stood out. In the late 1960s, John was traveling by train from his village to another to visit his family. He had to change trains at one point and was dropped off at what amounted to a platform and a hut in the middle of nowhere. There was no one else at the station, and other than a dirt road that led off into the surrounding woods, there was nothing there. He waited for some time, but no train came. It was winter, and it was getting colder and darker, and just about the time he started worrying about a place to stay and some food to eat, an old woman appeared out of the twilight. She asked if he was waiting for such and such train, and when he said he was, she said it wouldn't be long until the following day. She asked if he needed a bed for the night, and offered him a meal and a room at her house, which she said was about an hour's walk from the station. Lodging with locals was more or less the standard when traveling in this part of the USSR, and Great-Uncle John wasn't looking forward to a hungry night on a cold platform, so he was glad to accept her offer. He took his suitcase, and they set off together down the dark road into the forest. It was more than an hour away, more like 2. And by the time they arrived at the woman's small 2-story house, John was tired and hungry. They went inside, and the woman lit some oil lamps and warmed some borscht for them. It was the first time John was able to see the woman clearly, and he was a bit startled to realize that the old woman was actually a man. Not wanting to pry, and too tired to care, John finished his soup and asked where he would be sleeping. She led him up the stairs to a tiny room with a window that contained a single bed and nothing else. He thanked her, they said goodnight, and she closed the door. Then she locked it, leaving him in the dark. Somewhat creeped out by this, John called out to her, but she didn't answer, and he heard nothing else. Figuring he would deal with it in the morning, and that she had probably done it by mistake, John set his suitcase down, laid on the bed, deciding to make the best of it and get some sleep. Before he could fall asleep, though, he felt the urge to pee, and got out of bed, hoping to find a chamber pot or something he could pee in. He got onto his hands and knees where he began to fill under the bed in the darkness, thinking that's where a pot would be if there was one. Instead, he found a body. "Nope," Great Uncle John said, and went right to the window to see if he could exit the room that way. It was nailed shut. He knew that if he remained in the room, he was probably a dead man. But if he broke the window and tried to get out that way, there was a good chance that the old woman, and who knows who else was there, would hear him and come into the room before he could get away. So he did the only thing he could think to do. He pulled the body out from under the bed, heaved it onto the mattress, and covered it with a blanket. Then he got under the bed and waited. Sure enough, about an hour later, he heard footsteps coming slowly up the stairs and then toward the room. The lock clicked, and the knob turned slowly. In the gloom, John saw someone move towards the bed. Then he heard several terrific and sickening thuds. The person had bashed the body on the head with a large crowbar, which they then dropped onto the floor right in front of John. There was silence. Then the person went out of the room, and the door was shut again. The footsteps went down the stairs, and then there was silence. John moved out from under the bed, took the crowbar, and was able to slowly pry the window open. He didn't say, but I imagine he was shitting bricks the entire time. When the window was up, he threw his suitcase out, then dove through himself, not caring what was below him, only worried about what was behind. He landed without too much injury and began to run into a field behind the house towards some lights in the far distance. It turned out to be a highway with some military and transfer trucks on it. John was able to get a ride to another village where he could catch a train. He didn't bother reporting what had happened to the authorities, since at that time in the USSR, there was a distinct chance he would have been the one who got in trouble. He just thanked God and escaped, and decided that the next time he traveled to visit relatives, he would take another way. Old Men in the Woods. Back in 2008, I was a student planning to go to university and needed some extracurricular stuff I could put on my entry applications. As most UK students know, one of the best to have is the Duke of Edinburgh Award. As part of this award, you have to embark on an orienteering expedition, basically a long trek through woodland and rural villages, following nothing but a map and a compass. No GPS allowed. It's a teamwork experience, and you camp and overcome hurdles together, etc. Anyway, I was out of shape at the time, and so my uncle volunteered to take me out to the middle of nowhere to get some idea of what orienteering was like. We didn't stay out overnight like I thought we would have time to during the real thing, but we hiked maybe 10 miles through the woods and a small village in pretty abysmal weather. By the end of the journey, we were soaked to the bone and pretty miserable, looking forward to getting back up to the car and heading home. For the last part of the journey, we were on a dirt trail heading uphill with bushes and trees either side. We were marching onward in silence, and at this point all of a sudden there was a rustling in the foliage to our left. From behind a large bush stepped an old man in a black suit, a red bow tie, and dress shoes. He looked late 70s, early 80s, very pale, liver spots dotting his face, and a gray-white comb-over. I was instantly weirded out. Who dresses like that to go into the woods? The instant thought, seeing a guy his age out here in those clothes in these weather conditions, was, this guy's lost his marbles. There was something else that took me an extra moment to notice that puzzled me. The guy was bone dry. He didn't even have mud on his shoes. We stopped in our tracks and just stared at the man for a moment, who appeared to be as frozen and shocked at seeing us. My uncle made the first move, taking a step towards him, asking if he was all right. The old man continued to stare for a moment, not moving even a twitch, and then suddenly became very animated. It was like he suddenly snapped out of a trance. He started flailing his arms wildly, saying something awful had happened, that a good friend of his needed help. He began walking backwards into the woods, motioning for us to follow him, which we did. We started off at a brisk walk and then escalated to running as we struggled to keep up with the old man. After maybe a minute or so, he disappeared ahead of us, but we could hear him, so we continued to follow the noise until we reached a huge slope. We stopped at the edge and looked down to see the old man standing at the bottom, motioning us, pleading with us to follow him. I remember looking down the slope that was probably a 40-degree angle, spanned for 50 feet or more, and slick with mud. It looked like an accident waiting to happen, especially given there were no shrubs or roots to hold on to or anything. I remember looking down at the old man on the other side of the slope and wondering, how did he cross that so quickly? I mean, at that distance, it's hard to see fine detail clearly, but I swear he did not have any mud or water on him at all. My uncle and I looked at each other, and I saw that he was getting as weirded out as I was. Despite my feelings, I made a step towards the edge, and I was going to try and make my way down when my uncle grabbed me firmly by the arm and pulled me back. Under his breath, he said, "Something's wrong here." We took a few steps back from the edge, and at this point the old man at the bottom started getting irate. He began pleading with us again to come down the slope, that he needed our help, that his friend was in trouble. My uncle shouted down to the old man that we would head back to the car and call emergency services for him, that professional help would be on its way soon. They would have all the tools to help him, etc. The old man suddenly got furious. He began jumping up and down, demanding that we come down the slope right now or there would be hell to pay. His voice had changed drastically. He was practically growling these words, his hands bunched up into fists, pounding his fists on his knees like an angry toddler throwing a tantrum. I've never seen a grown adult fly into such a rage in my life. His eyes looked like they were on the verge of bursting out of their sockets, his skin gone from pale to red in almost an instant. We began to hurriedly make our way back the way we came, his demands and threats getting less audible as we got closer to the trail. Once on the trail, we practically power marched the remaining quarter mile or so to the car, all the while my uncle was on the phone to emergency services, explaining to them that there was a possible mentally ill old man wandering the trail. We were ordered to get to our car and wait the police, so we could show them where we had encountered him. About an hour later, we met 4 officers. 2 of whom had dogs with them and packs of supplies, like first aid, emergency blankets, etc. We led them to that exact spot, and then pointed the 2 officers with dogs in the direction through the bushes that he led us. The search lasted all weekend, but there was no trace of the old man. Officers said the only trail they could pick up had been mine and my uncle's. They didn't find any footprints or anything belonging to the old man we encountered. One of my weirdest experiences to date. Stalkers in the Canyon. About 4 years ago, I was a junior at a small college in LA. Bordering my town was a large cavernous region known as Turnbull Canyon. It's the kind of place that has a healthy amount of creepy folklore surrounding it, with an area emphatically known as Hell's Gates. Stories of cold activity, gang killings, abandoned mental institutions, and the like. It's the kind of thing you hear about any old place old enough to have a reputation. In reality, most of the stories were spurned from a tragedy that occurred years prior. A woman's body was found at the base of the canyon, and from then on the rest is history. Nevertheless, when a photographer friend asked me and another buddy to go out to the canyon in order to take some photos of the LA skyline, I had to oblige. The canyon was about a 30-minute drive from our campus, and we had been listening to the King of Limbs the entire drive, which proved to be the perfect ambiance to get me feeling pretty anxious about our little excursion. I should also note that I'm a pretty anxious guy in general, so traveling out to a remote area preceded by its reputation for scary occurrences admittedly had me thinking twice about that decision. At the top of the canyon, there's a small residential area, a few ritzy houses surrounded by trees and woods. In order to venture into the canyon itself, you have to follow a main trail with several smaller arteries that split off in other directions, but ultimately culminate after a couple miles or so at the base of a steep hill adorned with an old water tower overlooking the city. Anyhow, we parked our car at the top of the canyon road, divvied up the camera gear, and made our way out to the trailhead, around 1 a.m. at this point. After walking the trail for about 5 minutes, Dave, the photographer, decided it was time to set up first shot while Jeff, our other friend, and I kept watch. Eventually he got the shot he needed, and we continued walking for another 5 or so minutes before Dave decided to set up his next shot. At this point, the trailhead had disappeared behind us completely, and we were a little less than a quarter of the way to the water tower. While setting up the tripod, we noticed the faint glow of headlights off in the distance, which was strange because the trail isn't meant for cars, nor is it big enough for them to pass through. If I recall, it's only about 5 feet wide, with shrubbery on both sides. This was clearly a bit of a red flag for us as we were the only people out there, so we immediately packed up our things and ducked off into the brush, waiting for the car to pass on. Eventually, an old pickup truck idled to a stop about 50 yards from where we were hiding. The truck itself was old and rickety, sitting on a lifted chassis, the bed of which was missing entirely. Growing up in the country, I knew it as the type of truck typically owned by backwoods folk who lived in the boonies and preferred to be left to their own devices. We watched in agonizing anticipation as the truck just idled in place for several minutes before flooring it down one of the other trails, the roar of the engine echoing throughout the canyon. Clearly we were spooked at this point, the three of us speculating as to our next step. Jeff and I were reluctant to continue, and Dave assured us that it was probably nothing, perhaps just a guy off-roading, as he put it. So with great reluctance, Jeff and I trudged on behind Dave towards the water tower to get his final shots. Nevertheless, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about that truck. I mean, I knew plenty of people in high school who would go off-roading for fun in the woods, but never on finicky canyon trails barely wide enough to hike on, let alone drive. It just didn't sit right with me. After walking without interference for about an hour, we finally made it out to the water tower. We climbed the hill to the top and took in the view of the city. Dave, once again, started setting up his equipment while Jeff and I stood on both sides of the water tower, keeping watch just in case the truck came back. Nothing. At this point, it's around 3 a.m. Dave decides he's got all the shots he needs, so we pack up our equipment and commit to heading back before it gets too late, seeing how all of us had classes in just a few hours. Just as we're preparing to descend the hill, the truck comes roaring out of the canyon below us, back onto the trail, at which point the driver attempts to climb the hill, revving the engine loudly. Scared witless, the three of us slid off the side of the hill into the brush, clinging onto plants and rocks. As the truck finally made it to the top of the hill, slowly driving around the tower, we could see the glow of the headlights each time it circled above us. After waiting nearly 10 minutes, while also trying not to make any noise, of course, the truck eventually descended the hill, stopping in the middle of the trail, no more than 100 yards away. We watched as a scruffy man, mid-50s, stepped out of the idling truck and into the glow of his headlights, moseying around and looking at the ground. He knelt down, looking at something in the dirt, surveying the area intently. As he did so, it became increasingly apparent that he was tracking something. Our footprints. The next part still chills me to the bone. As my friends and I huddled together watching in complete terror, another man wearing a long, dark parka emerged from the brush, right where we had been walking, joining the other man at his side. Apparently he had been out there the entire time we were walking the trail, just watching us, following behind at a safe distance. The two of them talked for a while, but we couldn't hear a word. They continued scanning the area, looking at our footprints, but eventually got back in the truck and drove off down the road. We sat in silence for a long time, waiting nearly 2 hours just to ensure the coast was clear. at which point we made like hell back to the car, down the canyon, and back to campus, just in time for class. Shooting gallery. I was almost killed in the mountains. I used to work at a security company with a bunch of friends. We all got along well, and most of us even hung out after work. The ones I didn't hang out with kept to themselves. There were 2 brothers that worked night shifts with me, and they were in their own group. They were new to the company and would have many conversations about their guns. Bill was the older brother, and Luke was the younger brother. After hearing Luke and Bill talk about target shooting so much, I developed an interest. I don't own a single firearm, but my roommate owns several. I mentioned at work one night that I was going shooting in the morning with my roommate, and I needed a good place to go. Well, the 2 brothers pointed out a spot on Google Earth for me and said it was great, and they have shot up there before. It was about 45 minutes away and higher up in the mountains. I knew the spot precisely due to a single image posted to the coordinates on Google Earth, with used shotgun shells covering the ground. I decided that was as good a spot as any and told my roommate Don where to drive us. We arrived the next morning at 10 a.m. and parked at the top of the hill. We saw our spot about 150 yards away in a clearing down in the valley and began hiking down. On a quick side note, I wear this very bright neon yellow hooded sweatshirt at work and during the winter. I'm also a pretty large fella. Being big and brightly colored makes you very visible from very far away. I've seen hunters using bright colors to avoid accidentally getting shot by other hunters. I decided to wear my trademark bright hoodie on our little hike. We made it a quarter way down the hill and I see a group of fellow target shooters at our desired spot. These were the only people we had seen in 30 minutes. Our spot's taken. Lame, I said. The second I said lame, that's where shit hits the fan. We're on the side of a mountain, walking down towards them, and the rounds start flying. The group was shooting at us. Don and I were targets for about 3 guns, and we didn't have immediate cover. I see Don running across the mountain, strafing the shooters. I see what he was running for. It was a small plateau about 20 yards next to us. The sounds of bullets flying inches away from my ears is a sound I will never forget. Movies do not do the sound justice at all. Not even close. I still get chills thinking about it now. The vibration and rotation of the bullets chilled my bones. It's not a sound I ever want to hear again. It made everything go slow-mo and very clear. My adrenaline was kicking in. We made it to cover and hit the dirt. We were pinned down, but we had cover now. I had to have heard at least 100 rounds pass just over the tip of the plateau. I heard a pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun. I know I did. The trees, boulders, and mountainside were being hammered by round after round. If we sat up from our cover, we'd have been shot in the face. These people were shooting up a hill towards a road. They had their backs to the paper targets. Thinking back on it, my father said I should have yelled down to them to let them know that they were shooting at 2 people and to hold their fire. But the thing is, I think they knew they were shooting at us. How could they not? We weren't that far and the mountainside was almost bare. I didn't want to let them know they were close to hitting us. I should have shot back. We had the high ground, but I'm not a killer. We just waited and listened for their footsteps and wanted them to stay where they were. If we were killed, no one would find our bodies out there. 15 minutes went by and the gunfire didn't let up until it just ended. The mountain was quiet again. After 5 more minutes of silence, we checked down the hill. They were gone. We had our guns ready as we scanned the valley down below. Nothing. No more guys, no vehicle, just their garbage left behind. We decided this was a great time to get out of the hills. We made it back to our car and back to our house faster than ever. When I went back to work the next shift, I told that story to everyone. I even thanked Bill for the sweet advice. He apologized for the bad locals and said that was crazy. Another coworker told me Bill and Luke went out shooting the same morning I did, in the same area. I asked Bill about it, and I asked him where he went shooting and what guns he brought to the shoot. He pointed at the same Google Earth image as before. Luke, his friend Bill were using a Glock and a .22 rifle and a 12-gauge shotgun. It was all coming together so quickly. I told him he was a psycho and he almost killed us. He denied shooting at us and even changed his mind about where they were shooting. He said he was actually 2 miles west because his GPS was inaccurate. I knew he was lying, but what could I do? I had no proof. He worked with me for another 2 years before I moved away and never heard from him again. I remember how emotionless he was when he denied shooting at me. He was like a robot. We never spoke of it after the first time, and I haven't gone shooting since. The dog on the road. This particular event happened almost a year ago, sometime in mid-October. A couple friends and I drove out to visit old friends of ours from high school, George, who now lived about an hour out of the city. We spent the whole day with him, and it was really late when we finally decided to start the drive back home. My friend Lisa was passed out in the passenger seat. She'd had a few drinks and decided to spend the ride home asleep. My other friend Sam was sitting in the back seat behind Lisa and was playing a game on her smartphone. I, of course, was driving. I was following the GPS's instructions back to the freeway. At that moment, we were driving down a dark street with thick trees bordering both sides. Everything was pretty peaceful, with the only sounds I could hear being that of the car moving along the road and the radio on low volume. Suddenly, my car let out a loud jolt and felt as if I had hit something. Sam let out a shocked scream while Lisa remained dead asleep. I slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a halt. I was breathing heavily when I asked what the hell had just happened. Sam peered through the back window and gasped. She turned to me with an angry look on her face and shouted that I had just hit a dog. I looked through the back window, and sure enough, a dog was lying in the road a few yards behind the car. Sam is a pretty big animal lover, so I wasn't surprised to see her get pissed at me. She was about to open her door and rush to the animal's aid when I stopped her. Once I had gotten over the shock of running over the dog, I got a feeling in my gut that told me something was off. I'm no braggart, but I consider myself to be very attentive and a safe driver. My eyes were on the road at all times, and I distinctly remember not seeing a dog on the road prior to the car jolting. Yeah, it was dark, but I was sure I would have at least seen the dog in the headlights before hitting it. I looked through the back window and took a closer look at the dog, or at least as much as I could make out in the reddish light coming from my taillights. It was a fairly big dog, at least a golden retriever or something like that. One particular detail caught my attention. I could see the tail's dog wagging. Now, I'm no expert on the mannerisms of animals, but I'm sure the last thing a dog would do after being hit by a car would be to wag its tail. After a moment of thought, I pressed my foot down on the accelerator and sped off. Sam snapped at me and ordered me to go back, but I told her something was wrong with the whole situation. She continued to argue, but she fell silent as she turned back towards the back window. She asked, "What the heck?" with a shaken voice. I looked in the rearview mirror. Though it was dark, I was able to make out the silhouettes of 3 large figures emerging from the trees on the side of the road. The dog was now up on its feet and jumping around joyfully. The 3 figures looked in our direction as I pressed my foot down on the gas harder and sped off. Sam and I remained silent for the rest of the ride home. It wasn't until a few days later we told Lisa about it. We've been back to visit George a few times since then, but always make sure to leave before sunset. Still dread to think what would have happened if we had gotten out of the car. Why I never trust a clown. Before anything, a little backstory. I was 10 at the time and I was visiting my hometown, Ecuador, for the summer. At the time I knew just about everyone in my small little town, Lucy, and so did my parents, which is why they let me go on my own that day. Anyway, here's the encounter. Back when I was 10 years old, my family decided to take a visit to my hometown of Ecuador. We went for the summer and planned out just about our whole day. One day, my mom and dad were getting ready to go to a wedding, and I was in the house with them. My big sister went over to a friend's house, and my other relatives had already left for the wedding. I was supposed to stay at home, alone for the duration, but I saw that it was a beautiful day out and decided to ask my mom and dad to go to the park that was no more than 2 blocks away. They were reluctant at first, stating that there would be nobody to take care of me, but I argued that it was a beautiful day out and there was no way the park would be empty. They kept getting dressed as I kept on arguing until they finally gave in. They said that I can go to the park as long as I was back before dark. I agreed and ran outside to head for the park. It took me no more than 10 minutes to get there, and I was ready to make new friends and play around. But oddly enough, there was nobody else in the park. It looked abandoned, which was weird, seeing how it was one of the only 2 parks in the entire city. It should have been packed, but I paid no mind to it. I believe I ran over to a swing set, or slide, it was 12 years ago, I can't remember, and played around. As I played, I suddenly heard a voice from the distance. A clown was on the other side of the gate and motioning for me to get closer. Behind him was a white van, which I had noticed before, but I had just thought it was a delivery truck of sorts. I slowly started walking towards the clown and stopped a good distance away from him. He asked me in Spanish, "Hey kid, do you like clowns?" I nodded no to him and he gave me that clown frown and then said, "Well, let me see if I can change that." He opened up his car and by looking inside, I saw there was only 2 boxes, though I wasn't sure what they were filled with, and that was it. No seats, no posters, just those 2 boxes, and then complete emptiness. Being a child, I still paid no mind to it and watched as he pulled out a deflated balloon. He wrapped his lips around the end and blew it until it was fully inflated. He tied the end and started to form the balloon into a balloon animal of a dog. He showed it to me and I smiled. He then motioned for me to come closer, to which I complied. He handed the balloon to me and said, "Do you like?" I nodded yes this time and gave him a little smile. He grinned the creepiest way possible. The grin was so creepy that even as a kid I knew to back away a bit. The clown said that if I wanted to see the rest of the tricks I would have to get into the truck. I told him that the exit was on the other side of the park and I wouldn't be able to climb the small gate. He then said a few words that haunt me to this day. "Get a little closer and I'll carry you over. Then we can have loads of fun in my truck. Come on, kid." While saying all of this, he still had that creepy grin plastered across his face. I merely backed away and told him, "No, it's okay, sir." His grin turned to anger as though he was annoyed at this. He placed his hands on his hips and said, "Aw, but we're going to have so much fun." Right when he said that, I heard a voice on the other side of the park yelling, "Son, I'm here to pick you up." I turned and saw a man that I recognized as a local neighbor. He was not my real father, obviously, but the little me knew to run over to him. I said nothing to the clown. I just ran to the man and gave him a hug. The man waved to the clown and said, "Thanks for keeping my kid entertained." To which the clown replied, "No problem." As we turned around, I was able to hear the man murmur, "Sick man." I looked at him and asked, "Sir, what exactly is going on?" He gave a sigh and explained everything. As it turns out, that was not a real clown. He was a man that had been kidnapping kids across Ecuador. He would lure kids with a clown costume and take them away to God knows where. The people of my town had a feeling he was coming to our town, which was why the whole park was deserted. He said that he was walking by when he noticed that I was talking to the clown and ran over basically to save me. As he told me this, he also dialed for the police to report the incident. We finally arrived at my house and this man said, "Be careful who you talk with, son. Not everyone is who they seem." I gave him one final hug and gave him a thanks for saving me. He gave me a rub on the head and said, "It's okay, my boy. Now hurry on, I have my own things to worry about." I nodded and ran in the house. Nobody was there, and by the time they had returned I had decided not to tell anyone since I knew they'd flip out. It took a while to forget about the incident, especially with those words that kept reminding me of him. But I soon forgot until I came across this page and memories of the clown that flooded my head. I'm not quite sure what happened to the sicko, but hopefully he's behind bars. So to that creepy clown from long ago, let's not meet. Butcher knife guy on graveyard shift. This happened to me 2 years ago. It was my first month on the job, and I work night security at this pretty interesting place. For the record, I still work there and have more strange stories possibly to tell in the future. I'm a 38-year-old male. I've worked on security jobs most of my life and on the graveyard shift. I was an event security guard for various and well-known concert venues for years, so I've seen my fair share of strange things and crazy people. In other words, I don't scare easily and hardly ever go into a panic mode when a crisis comes up. The place I currently work in is a resort-style apartment complex. To get the layout, there are 3 floors of apartments with 50 units on each floor. This place takes up 1 city block with a golf course in back, indoor swimming pools, hot tubs, and a small movie theater. You name it, this place has it. Most of the residents are retired doctors, lawyers, and otherwise rich. There's some younger people that live here as well. Stockbrokers, real estate agents, and so on. Some just use their apartment in the summer and leave as soon as the snow falls. It's located in a well-known tourist town in the United States. The building itself has 12 exits on the first floor. The doors are locked at 11 p.m. You can exit, but you can't get back in unless you go to the front of the building and ask to be buzzed back in or pick up the call box phone next to whatever exit you're at. It'll ring the company cell phone and I answer and can come let you in. The front lobby is set up much like a hotel, with sliding glass doors, which I lock when I start my shift. In the middle of the building on the first floor are 2 big slider doors, which I also lock. They lead to the private parking lot. The parking lot itself is gated, and you need a code to get in. This was midsummer, and while it's never really hot here, tonight was an exception. It was still very warm after the sun had set. I came in 10 minutes to 11 to start my shift. We have a routine to hand off the keys, event log, and phone to the next person on duty. Despite its size, I'm the only security person tonight. My coworker who was leaving told me the side iron gates that led to the parking lot are open on one side because they're stuck. This is nothing new. They often get jammed. She told me the repair people would be in tomorrow sometime to fix them, but to just do an extra patrol out there tonight. The place sits across the road from a public park, and while the area is pretty decent, the park tends to breed druggies and homeless at night who sometimes like to try and wander on the property or cause trouble. My night started out as uneventful. A security guard in this place, we have pepper spray, a large flashlight, keys, and a company cell phone to call 911 if we need to. We're told not to confront with bodily harm, nor can we detain anyone. We're simply eyes and ears and call the police if something comes up. Of course, you can defend yourself if you need to, but in all cases, if you're in danger, call the police as company policy. Basically, I'm to walk the grounds and floors for anyone suspicious, watch the cameras in the security office, which is in the lobby, and otherwise just try to stay alert. If a resident calls for a maintenance request, I would take the information down in the computer for day shift, or if a resident called with a security issue, I would attend to it. Pretty easy enough job, I thought. I locked the doors in the parking lot and the lobby doors. I did a sweep of all of the floors and then found myself back at the desk. It was really quiet and it rolled around to 3 a.m. I had just sat down to eat my lunch when the company cell phone rang. The caller ID let me know it was from one of our outside call boxes. I picked it up and said, "Thanks for calling blank. This is Security Officer James. How can I help you?" All I heard on the other end of the phone was someone breathing heavily. I glanced at the cameras and could see the shadow of a figure standing just out of reach from the door in camera view. All I could see is this open call box and the metal cord from the phone. I again asked how I could help. The man started to breathe heavier and then laugh and then silence. It was one of those laughs you hear in a movie when the lunatic is about to do something terrible. I got up from my chair and started to walk out of the office and to the door where he was when it rang again. This time from call box number 2, which was further down. I quickly looked at the camera and see this large figure in a hooded jacket. I knew this was strange as it was very warm outside. He was holding a black bag in his hands, but he had his back to the camera. "I'm coming for you, and you're gonna die," this voice said in a raspy, deep tone. He hung up before I had the chance to say anything. Then the phone rang again. This time I picked up before he could speak, and I let him know the cops are on their way. and to leave the property now because he's on camera. He tried the doors, and both were locked. This time he was at yet another call box. This guy had to be running at top speed to make it to the next and next call box, as there a pretty good distance between the doors on the outside. "I can see you. Are you ready to die? The cops won't make it here in time," the guy said. I spoke loud and pretended like I was talking to another security officer and asked him to send 3 other security guards to such and such location and that the police are dispatched. The guy slammed the phone down loud against the call box receiver, and I watched him on camera take off into the darkness to the park area. I figure it scared him off. I was going to call the cops, but honestly, the location of this place, it would take them at least 15 minutes to get here. And I figured this guy was just some tweaker from the park. I scanned the cameras and walked the back lot just to be sure no one was there. I had my pepper spray in my hands just in case, but nobody was out there. I returned to my desk and I wrote what happened in the incident log. About a half hour passed, I finished lunch, and I was just about to do rounds when the phone rang again. This time it was from an unknown number. I thought it would be a resident calling for a repair issue or something. I picked up the phone and said my normal line. "Where are the cops? I don't see them, but I see you," the voice said. Great. It was this guy again. I scanned the cameras and did not see anything. I went to the front door to look out, and there was nothing but darkness and a few floodlights on. "I know you're alone, and you're gonna die soon." I basically told him to get effed and hung up. I called the non-emergency number to 911 to let them know what was going on. She said she would send out a car to check the area and make contact with me. Next thing I hear is a loud thud against the glass windows to the day manager's office, which sits across from the security room. Another 3 loud bangs. I run to the door and unlock it. I pull up the shades and shine my flashlight through the window into the darkness. I catch the face of the hooded man. He looked to be about 40, with long stringy hair poking down and these wild eyes. He looked right at me and grinned before slamming his head into the window to try to break it. I started yelling at him and told him the cops are coming and to get out of here. That's when he pulled the biggest butcher knife I've ever seen and made a slicing motion like he would use it to cut my throat. This guy's crazy and probably on drugs. He continued slamming his body against the glass trying to break it. He used his head to try to break the window, but managed to bust his head open. So the window now has blood all over it. I backed out of the office and locked the door to it. I then decided to wait for the cops as this guy was out of control and my pepper spray wasn't going to stop him. The last thing I wanted was to handle a bloody crazy person. He ran to the nearest side door and took the call box phone off the hook. He ran to each call box and removed all the phones, which caused my company cell phone to ring and jam up the line. The guy had to be on meth or something because he ran as fast as I could imagine. I watched the camera and noticed to my horror the sliding door to the garage was open. Now, it was common for residents to go out to their cars and unlock the door themselves. It's just a sliding lock, like the kind in department stores. But this is the last thing I need with this nut job running around. I sprinted across the building and took a shortcut through a couple banquet rooms to make it to the garage. As I was doing so, I saw that crazy guy running up the garage pathway. I slid that door as fast as I could and locked it before he got to the entryway. He slammed his body into the glass, over and over, but the door did not move. I locked the second set of doors in case he got through the outside ones. He would at least be trapped or slow him down. I reached for my pepper spray thinking maybe he would just leave and yelled the cops are here. He started to laugh and howl and then held the knife up again before running into the darkness of the parking garages. I called the cops on my personal cell phone to let them know that the man has a knife. The dispatcher told me the cops will be there shortly, and I let her know what happened. I made my way to the front again and then locked myself in the security office. At least this place had no windows, and I could watch on camera. I heard another loud thud and bang and realized he was at the front lobby doors trying to get in. I was hoping the cops would roll up any minute, but they didn't, and while it probably didn't take them long, it felt like forever at this point. The guy was standing at the lobby doors with a knife in his hand. He faced the camera, and by this time his hood had fallen back. He was bald-headed, with wild, long, stringy, crazy hair on the sides of his head. His eyes were huge, and I'll never forget the grin on his face as he mouthed to the camera, "Die," while making stabbing motions with that knife. Blood running across his face from slamming into the glass, he ran out into the darkness. About 5 minutes later, the cops showed up. They sent one officer. He asked me what the guy looked like, and I told him I have camera footage. He drove through the area and shined a spotlight. The cop returned to tell me that he couldn't find anyone, and he'd driven around the entire block and back area behind the golf course. I showed him the footage and printed out a picture from the camera. The cop said he didn't see any sign of the guy, and that he would patrol the area and call back if he came again. It was nearly 5 a.m. when the cop left. I waited until 6 when it was daylight and people were starting to get out and about before I walked around and hung up all the phones from the call boxes. This guy literally took all 12 phones off the hook. When my manager came in during the morning shift at 8, I told her what happened, and she said she would keep an eye out and have a meeting to let everyone know who worked there know, and to be aware. They had an extra security guard on my shift for 2 weeks after, but the guy never returned. The cops never found the guy or who he was. So crazy bloody guy with a knife? Let's not meet again. It should have been a beautiful drive, but it was a trap. The story is why I always tell someone where I'm going and how I'm getting there. I lived in New Mexico for several years before moving to the Midwest. My friend Amy and I, both females, would spend many days exploring the remote corners of New Mexico, discovering abandoned ghost towns and enjoying the quiet, desolate beauty of the desert. One afternoon in March of 2010, we were traveling from Ruidoso to Albuquerque. Always up for exploring, we took a back road rather than traveling the more direct highway. One leg of our journey had us on NM55. It's a remote, teeny-tiny, 2-lane highway. We love those types of roads, up until that day. This part of New Mexico is flat and desolate desert. You can see for miles. And there's virtually nothing except dirt and rock between towns. And towns can be miles apart. So we were on the New Mexico 55 going north. After a few minutes, we saw a white pickup truck ahead of us going the same direction. Suddenly, he stopped his truck sideways in the middle of the highway, blocking both lanes. We were about a mile away from him, and as we got closer, we began to get uneasy. We could see no reason for him to do this. We were the only other vehicle out there, and we began wondering if we should turn around rather than come up to him and have him stop. We were about a half-mile away from him when he pulled over the opposite direction of the highway, but his truck was still pointed the direction we were going. We tried to relax a little. Surely this guy was a rancher or something. Maybe he was checking something on his land. As we passed him, we noticed a few things. There was only one person in the truck, a middle-aged guy who never took his eyes off of us. He was talking into a walkie-talkie. A few seconds after we passed him, he pulled back onto the highway and started following us, but he never got too close. He would get to within a few car lengths and then drop back a little, and then speed back up again to within a few car lengths. We were getting nervous. We realized how alone we really were. We had seen no other traffic on that road, and we hadn't told anyone about our great idea to take this detour. We checked our cell phones and neither one had signal. Typical for remote New Mexico, but scary given our present situation. Amy was driving and speeding up, while I frantically checked the map, hoping to find a road that would have more traffic. There was no other road. We had to travel this one to get to the next town. Turning around to go back the other way didn't seem like a good option. After a few minutes, we saw another pickup truck coming towards us. He was going very, very slowly, maybe 20 miles an hour, if that. This pickup was old and beat up, whereas the one behind us was newer. Amy had us up to 75, which wasn't typical for us on these 55-mile highways, and we blew by the old pickup. As we passed it, we saw it was another middle-aged guy, and he was also talking into a walkie-talkie. After the white pickup passed him, he pulled a U-turn and then pulled in behind it. As we watched, we could see the white pickup truck guy talking into his walkie-talkie. No doubt these two knew each other. We were being deliberately followed, and for the first and only time in my life, I felt hunted. They stayed right behind us. We watched for obstacles in the road. We truly thought old beat-up pickup guy had set up a trap in the road, and our vehicle would be disabled somehow. We talked about driving into the fields. We were in an SUV, but this obviously was their territory, and we were afraid of what would happen if we went off-road and got cornered, so we stayed on the highway. By now, the white pickup truck was right in front of us. We could see him talking into the walkie-talkie, and he stayed right on our bumper. An old, beat-up pickup truck guy was right on top of him. The three of us sped down the highway. The white pickup truck inched closer. His maneuvering and edging closer made it apparent that he was trying to bump us. I watched helplessly as he got within inches of our back bumper. Amy floored it. We were passing 80 and edging up to 90 miles an hour. The road was flat and deserted, but any little thing going wrong could have been catastrophic. We absolutely were not going to slow down or stop if we could help it. The white pickup pulled into the opposite lane and started to gain speed. The only thing we could think of was that he wanted to pass us and get in front of us. If he got in front of us and his buddy was behind us, then we'd be boxed in. We looked frantically at the rocky desert on both sides of us. Our only option was to off-road it. Should we risk it? Could we speed through the desert and make it to safety in one piece? As we topped a small incline, we saw a sign that said Salinas Pueblo Missions National Monument, and it pointed towards the road on the left. Right at that moment, a blue pickup truck pulled out of that road and onto the highway in front of us. As we came up on the blue pickup, we saw the plate said U.S. Park Service. We looked at each other and then looked behind us. Both pickup trucks did U-turns and went the other way. We followed the pickup to Mountain Hare and then made our way to Albuquerque. I don't know exactly what those guys' intentions were, but they weren't good. There's something seriously wrong out there. I notified state police and they said they would keep an eye on things. The area is very near Belen, New Mexico, which is where Tara Calico was abducted. It's also about 100 miles from Elephant Butte, which is where David Parker Ray had his little secret torture laboratory. We didn't put all that together until later. Even though David Ray had died by the time this had happened to us, we do believe there are others out there like him. And whoever abducted Tara has never been caught. Or maybe we came into meth lab territory, but since this happened on an actual highway rather than a backcountry road, I tend to discount the meth lab theory. Whatever is going on out there, it's not good. So let's not ever meet, or have anyone else ever meet these guys. The Tent in the Trees. The story takes place in August of 2013, in the mountains of southern Oregon. I'm a USAF Security Forces airman. My girlfriend was at work, and as a swelteringly hot day began to turn into thunderstorms, my buddy Nick, another military cop, and I decided to go explore some back roads and get out of the heat in town. Southern Oregon is crisscrossed with logging roads, some actively used, and many totally forgotten and grown over. Nick and I spent many of our days starting off the roads that we knew, finding roads we didn't know, driving for hours into the mountains, eventually navigating back to paved roads. On this particular day, with storm clouds building over the mountains, we set off on a road we had never been on, and began to drive into the mountains. After driving for around an hour, we hadn't seen nor heard any signs of other people in the woods. We rounded a bend in the thick fir woods, and emerged in a meadow that was totally surrounded by thick aspen groves. The meadow was perfectly flat and eerily still. We both noticed the strange stillness almost immediately. No birds, hardly any insect noise, no squirrels, and certainly no other people. On the far side of the meadow, right at the edge of the tree line, there was a picnic table. The table was very odd, however. It was painted a bright orange, and it was much larger than a typical picnic table in the park. Remarking on this, Nick drove through the meadow to get a closer look. I remember being apprehensive as we approached. The whole scenario was exceptionally strange. The overall silence of the aspen grove was unsettling.
Also, it was nearly impossible to see far into the trees as aspens grow extremely close together. When we parked by the table, I hopped out of the passenger seat of the truck to check it out. I'm not very tall, I'm only about 5'5". Regardless, the table was ridiculously oversized and practically unusable. The seats were nearly at chest level, meaning I would have to climb up them to even sit down. As I was looking at the table, Nick called me over to the truck, and I noticed he was looking back into the aspens. At first I couldn't see what he was looking at, but then I noticed a splash of color that was completely out of place in the thick trees. A small one-man tent was set back in the trees, about 50 feet from the strange table. I had an initial feeling of dread, and felt certain that if there was someone in the tent, and if we could see the tent, they could see us. There were no campgrounds in this area, no people, no main roads for miles. Surely someone camping so remotely would be, at the very least, a strange person. However, as we observed the tent, we didn't see any movement or hear any sounds coming from it. Nick suggested I call out. I didn't want to, but I did. So I yelled, "Hey, is anyone in there?" There was no reply. Feeling completely on edge, Nick and I thought about driving away and leaving this strange area, but we began to fear the worst. What if there was a body in the tent? What if someone had gotten kidnapped? I know it was foolish, but we thought it all the same. After some debate, we decided to have Nick turn the truck around to drive away from the camp. Should we need to leave in a hurry, he would be waiting behind the wheel. With my heart pounding, I started walking through the trees towards the tent. I was totally keyed up with senses on full alert. When I reached the campsite, several things struck me as odd. Backpacks were scattered all over. No fire had been built. No wood collected. The tent was literally full of backpacks and women's clothing. Full of dread, I turned to leave and tell Nick what I had seen. As I left, I heard Nick start yelling, "Let's go, let's get out of here." Not knowing why he was yelling, I ran back to the truck. When I broke out of the trees, I saw an old beat-up Ford Taurus on the road, blocking us from leaving the meadow. I immediately leapt into the passenger seat, and Nick floored the gas pedal. The car was occupied by 2 men. A third person was laying against the window in the back. As we drove across the meadow, the driver attempted to block us from the road, but Nick drove around them and accelerated the way we had come from. I looked back and saw the car attempting to turn around on the narrow road. Nick drove like a madman, and though I was honestly terrified that they would catch up, we hit the highway without seeing the car again. I still don't know if the person in the back was male or female. I called the state police and they promised to send a trooper out to check the scene. However, I received a call the next day from a trooper stating that the campsite, the backpacks, and the women's clothing was all gone, though he could tell people had been in the area. The strange table was still by the thick aspen grove. I've not returned to the area, and do not intend to. The man outside my window. Over 10 years ago, I used to live in a peninsula in Norway. It was quite idyllic, actually, as we, me, my sister, and my mom, lived within walking distance of a beach. We had a short and incredibly narrow driveway that led to the house, and the only window to the house facing the driveway was my bedroom window, which is important. I was about 9 or 10 at the time when the incident happened. I was in the living room watching a show on Jetix. I think it was around 6 or 7 p.m., as it got dark pretty fast in that time of the year. It was January. I had been sitting there for hours when my mother told me to go to my bedroom and watch TV, as we were having guests soon. I grabbed my things and I went inside my room. I remember the room felt really cold, so I turned on the heater and I went back out to the living room to get my candy or something like that. On my way out the door, a sudden feeling of dread washed over me, and I had this feeling that someone had been watching me. I don't know how to explain this feeling, but it's as if I was subconsciously could see somebody outside of my window from the corner of my eye, but not realize it until I grabbed the door handle. I turned around quickly and glanced at the window. Nothing. I felt really stupid and brushed it off as me just being paranoid or dramatic. I got my candy and I went back into my room. The first thing I noticed was that my bedroom window had been slightly opened, and I didn't remember doing it. I figured maybe my mom did it. Suddenly, I heard sort of a scratching sound outside of my window, and this time I froze still. I couldn't process what was going on. There was a person outside my window. His face was glued to the glass, and he was holding his hands on each side to get a better look in my room. As my window was quite far up when standing outside, I could only see his head. For a brief second, I thought maybe he was one of the guests Mom was talking about, but I had never seen him in my entire life. He was just staring at me. I couldn't move, or maybe I could, but I didn't want to. I was too scared. He looked like he was in his 40s, and I remember him having really dark circles under his eyes. He just stood there for what felt like an eternity, and then suddenly widened his eyes and continued to stare. This scared the crap out of me, and I managed to shout for my mom. The man panicked and disappeared quickly. As I was in the middle of telling my mom that this man was standing outside of my window, our doorbell rang. My mom answered the door and wouldn't let me out in the hallway to see who it was. I just remember her looking uneasy when she came back. A few months later, the same man was arrested and charged with murder after his neighbors complained about a horrific smell coming from his basement. The police discovered a decomposing body of a 13-year-old girl in the attic, who had been murdered by him. She was last seen in her bedroom and had been missing for several days. After all these years, my mom told me what the man said at the door. He told her that someone had ordered takeout and wanted to check if it was the right address. This being a small peninsula, she recognized him from a small vegetable shop and realized he was lying. She got scared and quickly told him nobody ordered anything. A year later, we moved to the city, and only now I fully understand why. I truly believe that if my mom had not been there, I would not be alive today. Sometimes I feel guilty for the girl's death, and I wonder if she would still be alive and well today if I had been taken instead. Update. I found the article about the case, but since it's in Norwegian, I'll link the picture. I still get chills when I see this face. Man lived in my garage and tried to climb through my window. I'll never understand how someone could do some of the messed up things they do, especially when they do these things to children. It was 2 years ago when my story went down. A little background. I was 15 when this happened. I'm a girl and I've always been sort of paranoid and afraid of my own shadow. Before school, I had made a promise that I was going to walk through the woods after school. There are rather large woods behind my school. They lead right behind my house, but it's a good 15-minute walk through the woods. It would have taken less time to just have my best friend Sam drive me around like she usually does. But early in the morning, she teased me about being afraid of everything, so I wanted to prove that I wasn't. So I began the journey by myself, trudging through the fallen leaves and nearly tripping over just about a dozen fallen sticks. After about 5 or so minutes in the woods, I couldn't see my school or any sign of civilization, which surprised me because I didn't think I was that deep. That's when I started to get a little weary. I tried to pick up my pace, but I'm so clumsy that if I went any faster, I would trip over all of the things on the forest floor. When I passed by 2 huge fallen trees, I heard something very distinct. It was a moan. Growing up being a scaredy cat with a daredevil best friend, I figured right away it was Sam just trying to scare me. So I called out, "You don't scare me," and walked over to the other side of the logs. What I saw made me freeze in shock. It was a man, a very dirty man with baggy clothing. His huge jeans were down to his ankles, and he was leaning against a log, tugging fiercely at himself. I tried to scream. I tried to run, but I was just so shocked and confused that I couldn't do anything but stare at him. He smiled at me and moaned my name. He literally moaned my name, Maggie, a man I had never met before. A man who there's no way he could have known my name. That's when I was finally able to move, and I took off running, tripping and then standing a few times as I went. I was screaming bloody murder, and I heard him yell Maggie in a deep voice. I didn't turn back to see if he was following me. I just burst from the woods, ran into my house and into my room, locking the door behind me. I was ashamed and scared. For some reason, I thought my parents would be mad at me if I told them, so even though my mom and dad tried to get me out of my room, I stayed in all evening. Eventually, I fell asleep. Fast forward to about midnight, maybe a little earlier, I hear a sort of grunt, and it makes my eyes snap open. Again, I'm frozen with fear. The man that was in the woods was at my window. He had it opened. He wasn't coming inside, he was just grinning at me with his head in the open window. I couldn't scream, I couldn't get up, I couldn't even reach the BB gun I had sitting on the floor next to me to shoot at him. He was chuckling softly. I started crying hysterically. I still couldn't find my voice or make my limbs work. I had never been so afraid in my life, and I was pretty sure I was going to be assaulted or attacked or both. But I still couldn't do anything to protect myself. But after what was only a minute or two, but felt like forever, I managed to choke out, "Please go away." This made him laugh more. And then he said, "Please go away," in a false girl voice while he laughed. He was literally mocking me in my open window because he knew I was too afraid to do anything. But it was when he started to climb in that I began screaming at the top of my lungs. He tumbled backwards and took off through the yard. My parents burst into my room shortly after. All I could do was yell, "Man in the window," and my dad literally dove out of the window and I could hear him yelling. He didn't catch him though. The man had too much of a head start. And we think he had a car, which is most likely the reason they couldn't find him, because there were tire tracks in the very front of our yard that led to the road. After my dad came back in and the cops showed up, my mom called them. I told them about the woods and exactly what happened. They searched around and found a sort of nest in a storage room above our garage where he had been sleeping. After he had tried to get in through my window, he never came back. It's been 2 years and I'm still not okay. I get panic attacks sometimes and I will never go into the woods again. And why he had been in the woods in the first place, I will never know. My theory is that when Sam had teased me and I told her after school I would go through the woods, that he heard us. We had been walking past the garage to get into Sam's car, so I think he heard us and went into the woods later that afternoon, hoping to catch a glimpse of me. The whole thing makes me feel wrong and confused. So the guy in the woods who's a scary man, can we please not meet again? Scottish Highlands. Me and my friend Annie were about 22 to 23. We were both at uni in different cities at the time. When we were kids, her family and mine used to go hiking, camping trips every year. And through high school and uni, me and Annie kept up the tradition. We did bits and pieces of the West Highland away every year for catch-up. Take some climbing shoes and hang out a bit in the wilderness. We usually do it at the start of summer. But this year we were both snowed under with work and exams and stuff, and we couldn't get the time off. By the time we both had enough days to spare, it was mid-October. I was hesitant about heading up right into the Highlands that late in the year, and said that we should just miss it. But she laughed and told me to grow a pair. So, October it was. You don't really argue with Annie. We met at a train station about halfway up and aimed for a 3-day hike. To be honest, I was kind of excited, even though I knew it would probably suck. I really love Annie, and I miss her when we're away. I saw her purple waterproofs, she dropped her bag, we hugged and started walking, chatting away about life. This was the year she had her first placements. She's a doctor, something consultant. Anyway, which is why she couldn't get the time off. And I just restarted uni and was trying to get a flat sorted. Either way, we were chatting for hours while we walked. But if it was anyone else, I'd be having the worst time. Scottish weather is terrible. I don't know if anyone has been here in the winter, but it sucks, especially later in the year. It gets dark by about 4 p.m. and it chucks it down all day, every day, apart from the days where it's moody and overcast and crappy, or snowing. We've got a Scots word for it, dreich. Dark, terrible weather, can't see a thing, everyone's miserable. It was absolutely pissing it down, and in the end we just gave up. By the time we met at the station, it was about 10 a.m. We forgot it got dark early, so by the time the sun set, we'd only gone about halfway up to the place where we usually stop. We hiked along a bit further until I'd had enough and told her I wasn't up for going any further, and it'd be cool if we just camped. Or as she puts it, I said, "Annie, put the tent up. I'm soaked. I don't care." So we shoved the tent up on the first flat bit we find, struggling in the dark, then climb in. The next morning we wake up and find out we've pinched a tent in the bog, about 2 feet from the burn, and literally everything was soaking wet. On top of that, we were miles from the next train station, so we pack up raging and keep going. We discuss it a bit, and then in the end we decide to head to the bothy we know nearby, which at least had shelter. If you don't know what a bothy is, it's basically an open shed thing that you can sleep in with a bunch of other hikers, get to know folk, and most importantly not have to worry about where to camp.
Also, it's free, so you're not stung by tourist hotel prices. We pick up the pace and we don't really stop for food or anything because it's all damp and sad anyway. Having left at 9 a.m., we get there at about 3 p.m. and the sun starts to set. It's dark and a bit grotty, but there's nobody else there, so we feel like we've scored. By the time we've got dinner and played some torchlight cards, she's looking a bit spaced, so she heads off to sleep early. I'm knackered and damp, so I'm glad to be somewhere dry. I just unpack my sleeping bag and do the same thing. Sometime in the middle of the night, I wake up by Annie having a seizure. It's not a big deal. It happens a lot, so I don't need to call an ambulance or anything. I just jump out of my sleeping bag and undo her so she doesn't hurt herself. I sort of cushion her a bit with her fleece and keep an eye on her. She gets over the worst of it and she's lying there quiet while I'm talking to her as she comes around. At this point, I glanced up and noticed that sometime after we'd gone to bed, someone else had come into the bothy. There was a dark red bundle of sleeping bag in the corner and a rucksack, and Annie's fit had woken whoever was in there. The guy was coming over to us. He seemed nice enough and genuinely worried about her. "Do you need any help?" he asks. I don't get the chance to look him over because I'm juggling making sure Annie is okay and making sure this guy doesn't call Mountain Rescue and make us look like idiots. No, she's okay. It happens all the time. She's medicated and things, and it happens. She'll be okay in a bit. You sure? Honestly, cheers for the help, but we don't really need anything. He comes closer and starts helping, not in a way that immediately alerts me, but in an annoying way. Like he starts trying to put her into a recovery position, which I'd already done, and even though I'd told him 100 times I've known her since I was 5 and I know what I'm doing, he didn't listen. He's breathing really heavily, and he smells a bit moldy. Eventually, I just tell him to back off a bit and give her some space, and then he smiles at me, which was weird and creepy, and in the half-dark, sort of wrong because it didn't meet his eyes. The guy looks off as well. He's got this massive, huge beard like he lives out in the woods and has a weird accent. Sort of Scottish, but something else as well. I thought maybe he was an oil rigger or something. I met a few in Aberdeen, and it seemed to fit the bill. His eyes were really dark and his face was so pale it made me look tanned. Also, who's still hiking in this weather this late? Who gets to a bothy alone after 6 p.m.? He moves closer again to look at Annie. Then I tell him more firmly that I've got her and I don't need help. I feel like I'm being a bit mean, but I'm starting to get stressed out because I can't see properly and Annie's been out for ages. By now getting to 15 or 20 minutes. It shouldn't take this long for her to come around. Usually it's half this. Also, I notice she's got her eyes open, which isn't that unusual, but I'm almost 90% sure she didn't when she started fitting. Then I notice she's looking at me. Not zoned out or anything, but actually looking at me. It takes me a few seconds, but I realize she is. "Lauren," she whispers, hardly moving her lips. She doesn't really blink either, but her eyes are looking right at mine. "Don't react." I don't know why, but I'm so scared, and I just do as I'm told. She said once she had this patient who used to talk after a fit, like they were hallucinating. So part of me thinks she's doing the same, but another part of me has noticed that she's now staring over my shoulder, where the red sleeping bag man was. I go to slowly turn around, but she grabs my hand. I'd put her in recovery position, but from where she's lying, she's able to sort of squeeze my hand without moving too much. So I freeze, keep looking at her and then keeping my voice at a normal volume. I don't know what else to do, so I keep talking to her. Like, "Annie, it's me. Can you hear me?" All of that stuff. And then her eyes flicker back to me and she whispers again. She's basically mouthing it. If I didn't know her looks, I would have struggled. "Lauren, ask him for help. Don't panic." Okay, that's weird. I'm really scared now. So I slowly let go of her hand and turn around, and that's when I see what he's been looking at. The red sleeping bag man had been sitting in a corner watching us, still smiling. Only now I realize he's got something in his hand under his jacket. I thought he'd got climbing gear with him, but all I can see is rope and no harnesses or anything. And it's not climbing tape he's got. It's a massive roll of something darker. He's just staring at us waiting. I don't know what else to do, so I move an inch or so away from her and look at the guy right in his creepy eyes. "Hey, sorry mate, can you give me a hand? She's not waking up. I'm really scared." He doesn't even move.
I can feel my voice shake, not acting or anything. I'm genuinely losing it. I remember before when he was helping me that he kept trying to touch her hair. So in a moment of blind panic, I asked if he could move her hair out of her face so I can check if she was breathing. I don't know why. I'm not as smart as she is, but I've seen too many crime thrillers and sort of assumed it'd be a psychology thing. Maybe he liked that she was vulnerable. Whatever it was, it worked. He gets up, dead slowly, and moved towards us. He put his hand in her hair and starts smiling. I can hear him breathing. It's really scaring me. Especially when he leans close and says, "You're going to be my favorite." Annie has her eyes closed now. I put my hand in hers and I can feel it. She's squeezing. Not like calm down, it's okay, but squeezing, like steady. 3, then 2, then 1. And at 1, she opens her eyes and swings for him at the same time I do. Punches him right in the throat, and from where I'm sitting, I can get him square in the groin. She decks him again, and I automatically grab his rope. He's not exactly going down without a fight, but between us, we've got hiking sticks, massive boots, elbows, and adrenaline. And in about a minute, we got him tied and taped up. We grab our stuff and get outside as fast as humanly possible. Then I did something that I never thought I'd see Annie do in my life. Call mountain rescue. They come get us in about an hour, and when we get to town, we give a full statement to the police, making sure we didn't get done for GBH. And a few months later, we find out they let him go. He didn't exactly do anything to us, according to police, and there wasn't enough evidence to tie him to any sexual assaults. Which the worst part of this, because I can't even imagine what would happen if we didn't get as lucky. If Annie hadn't have sussed him, he'd attacked us in our sleep. So Ed sleeping back, man? Let's not meet again. Tom isn't really Tom. A little background. I, Samantha, was an only child until the age of 10, when my mother married her current husband, Tom, and had 2 children. One is 10 years younger than me, and one is 13 years younger. Tom and I never really got along. He's a weird Canadian guy, which should explain everything. We lived in a small, quiet neighborhood away from main streets. When I was 16, I decided to have my friend Cindy sleep over to celebrate her graduating high school the next week. She was close with my mother, and since my mom and stepdad were both her teachers in 7th and 8th grade. We have an awesome time hanging out, and we get a text from some guys who live down the street to come smoke some pot with them when my parents go to bed. Of course, being little brats, we jump on the opportunity. We walked down the street at 1 a.m. in short pajama pants and tank tops. It's a California summer, so we were quite comfortable. This group of guys drives down the street whistling, obviously drunk, as they all have beers in their hand, calling for us to hop in and go with them. We politely decline and continue our journey up the street to our prize. We hang out for about an hour or so with our friends from school, smoke, and then we're off on our merry way back home. It's about 2:30 a.m. As we go to turn onto my street, a small black car drives by us and stops and just sits there. Immediately, I panic, thinking it's my stepdad driving my brother and sister around trying to get them to go to sleep, since he often does this. Crap, that's Tom. What do we do? We obviously hide, hoping he didn't confirm it was us. Tom hops out of the car laughing, and he can't see us, so he hops back in the car and then slowly drives by where we're hiding and reverses, while we run from end to end of the car crouched down. We do this for a few minutes while all of his windows are down and he's cackling maniacally. He gets back out of the car not saying a word, starts reaching under the car for us, actually grabbing my leg at one point. I'm freaking out, wondering why he wouldn't just yell at me and make us go home. At this point, I have this weird uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach, which I can't place through the high, and I grab my friend and make a break for it. He drives down the street at like 50 miles an hour looking for us. At this point, I turn to Cindy and I'm like, hey, we have to get inside before he gets home. Considering we're high out of our minds, scared we're going to get caught, this seems like a good idea. We book down the road, and then the car drives up the road. Just in time, Cindy skids into the flower bush right below the street facing the window. I dash behind my mother's SUV, which is parked on the curb. The engine revs a few times, the laughter continues, and then my psycho stepdad drives away. Cindy climbs inside and holds the blinds for me to get in. I literally dive through the window. We jump in bed and just try to calm down. Never once did we hear a door open, signaling Tom came back inside. The next day, he doesn't say a word. My mom never confronts me. Nothing. We're like, hey, he doesn't have proof. He can't get us in trouble. and think we're untouchable for like weeks afterwards. The creepy part, 5 years later, which was recently, I'm drinking a glass of wine with my mom and Tom bringing up that night, saying all the stuff about how hilarious it was, and I was so surprised he never said anything to my mom. He turns to me with a freaked out look on his face and says, "Sam, that wasn't me. I didn't even know you snuck out that night." After making him swear he wasn't lying to me, I was sick. There was someone else out there, chasing us, trying to get at least one of us for who knows what reason. So crazy lunatic guy I mistook for my stepdad. Please, for the love of God, let's not meet. I'm going to say this up front because it matters, and because it's the reason I made decisions in this story that would probably frustrate most of you. When I was 19, I had already been diagnosed with non-fearful panic disorder. Most people hear panic disorder and picture being afraid of something, heights, crowds, dying, whatever. That's not how it works for me. My body can go into full survival mode, heart racing, adrenaline dump, tunnel vision, shaking, that sense of unreality, without the emotion of fear attached. That bleeds into the rest of my life, which some people call hypophobia. There's no internal alarm that says leave now. There's no rising dread. There's no feeling in my gut that says something is dangerous. If I'm being honest, it's not bravery. It's not toughness. It's a missing piece. And when you're 19 and poor and living in the middle of nowhere, missing that piece can get you in trouble. This happened in rural western North Carolina, in a part of the state where people either don't lock their doors because they trust the world, and others lock the doors because they've learned exactly the opposite. You can find both neighborhoods within a few miles of each other, and you can usually tell which one you're in by how quiet it gets at night. My girlfriend at the time and her friend Grace rented their first house together after moving out of their parents' homes. House might be generous. It was small, sketchy, and tucked back off the road. You couldn't see it from the main road unless you knew to look. There was nothing around it that felt comforting. It was just trees, other rundown houses, dark fields, and that rural stillness that doesn't feel peaceful so much as just dead still. But we were teenagers. Poor teenagers. But we were grateful teenagers. When you're 19 and you finally have a place that's yours, you don't ask too many questions about why the rent's so low. They both waitress nights at a local Applebee's. I worked early in the mornings, which meant I spent a lot of the time at that house by myself at night. I'd get off work, go over there, and wait for them to come home after closing. Sometimes I would fall asleep early. Sometimes I would stay up on the couch, half watching whatever we could scream on my old iMac using a phone hotspot because we didn't have internet. The place looked like what it was. A first house for broke kids. A thrift store kitchen table that wobbled if you leaned on it wrong. A couch that had seen a lot of other people's lives before it saw ours. 2 beds, mismatched sheets, and barely enough dishes to pretend we were adults. And because we were 19, there were always people around. Someone crashing on the couch, a friend's friend who needed a place to stay for a few days, people hanging out late because the alternative was going back to a parent's house or a bad situation, or nothing at all. There's always noise, laughter, cheap TV speakers, microwave door slamming, or the creak of someone shifting on the couch. And then sometimes there wasn't. The first weird thing we noticed wasn't footsteps or shadows or doors. It was sleep. Almost everyone who stayed there more than a night had nightmares. Not the normal kind, not stress dreams. The same specific kind, over and over. People without faces standing over them, watching. Close enough that you felt their presence before you saw them. And at first it was a joke. Someone would wake up and say, "I had the weirdest dream." Someone else would laugh and say, "Me too." We'd call it the house dream. Like it was a quirky feature of living there, like the plumbing making noise or the heat kicking on. When you're young, you can normalize almost anything if it means you don't have to admit that you're uncomfortable. And then it snowed. Snow doesn't happen often enough here to feel ordinary. When it does, it turns everything quiet and bright
and strange. It makes the world look cleaner than it really is. That morning, Kelsey, one of our friends who had been over, walked outside and just stopped. I still remember her voice. No screaming, no panicking. Just that confused, flat tone that people get when they're looking at something their brain doesn't want to categorize. There's footprints. We went out, and she was right. There were footprints in the snow circling the house. Not leading up to it, not leading away. Just a ring, like someone had walked around the house in a wide circle. And the strangest part, the part that none of us could make sense of, even after staring at it way too long, was that they didn't start or end. There were no tracks coming in from the yard or the road. No tracks leaving. It was like the circle had been stamped into the snow from above. We stood there longer than we needed to, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe the wind covered the start and the end. Maybe the snow fell harder in one area. Maybe we were missing something obvious. But it left a feeling behind, like the house had been assessed. Like something had moved around it in the dark while we slept, taking its time. After that, nightmares didn't feel funny anymore. A couple weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw someone standing in my bedroom doorway. It was Bobby, one of the friends who crashed over often enough that he basically lived there part-time. He'd been sleeping on the couch. When I saw him standing there, staring at me, my first reaction wasn't fear, it was annoyance. I remember thinking, what is he doing? My brain went to normal explanations, sleepwalking, drunk, messing around. That's when I realized he was still asleep on the couch. I could see him asleep on the couch behind the Bobby that was standing in the doorway. I was too tired to deal with it, so I rolled over and went back to sleep with that same kind of irritation you'd feel if someone turned on a light too bright. The next morning, Bobby was confused when it got brought up. He said he never got up. He slept on the couch all night. Grace went quiet in a way that made the air in the room change. Later when we were alone, she told me she'd seen it too. Bobby standing in her doorway, staring into her room. She'd been awake, she watched him, and she'd been too scared to move. And then when she looked again, Bobby was still asleep on the couch. That was the first time the possibility got whispered out loud. Something in this house can look like us. A few days after that, Grace's sister Caroline stayed over. Nothing dramatic about the evening, which is almost worse. We had cheap food, talked, watched something half buffering on the iMac. But as the night went on, people started doing that thing they say when they're tired and need to go home. And then someone else says the same thing, and suddenly the house empties out faster than you would expect. By the time we went to bed, it was just me, my girlfriend at the time, and Grace. Grace had a distinctive walk. This is important because it's the reason that I know what I heard. Grace walks like she has bricks for feet. It wasn't delicate. It was heavy, loud, flat-footed. If Grace got up in the night, you could tell exactly where she was from anywhere in the house. That night I woke up to what sounded like a stampede. Then I remembered, it's just Grace going to the bathroom. You had to pass by a doorway to get there. There wasn't a bedroom door, just a curtain we'd hung because money was money and doors cost money. The hallway light spilled through enough so you could see shadows through the curtain. I saw Grace's shadow pass, and right behind her, I saw another shadow. I didn't register it as wrong at first. My brain did what brains do when they don't want extra work. It filled in an explanation. Caroline was her sister. Sisters walk together, and girls go to the bathroom together, right? Except Caroline wasn't there. The shape behind Grace didn't move normally. It was broken. Its head leaned too far back, like its neck wouldn't hold it. The arms hung crooked, like they weren't attached right, and the legs seemed bent in the wrong way. It followed close behind her, almost mimicking her path, but in a way that felt like a bad imitation. And this is the part that made me sound insane. But I'm being honest. I watched it, thought, that's weird. And then I went back to sleep. Not because it was normal, but I didn't want the inconvenience of dealing with it. In the morning, I made some comment about Caroline being up in the night. Everyone stopped. Grace asked me what I meant. When I described the shadow, she got pale in a way that people do when there's something that they've been trying to ignore that's gotten confirmed. Caroline had left with everyone else the night before, hours before any of this happened. Kelsey, the same friend who noticed the footprints, told us about the night she was alone in the house and tried to shower. She said the bathroom steamed up like normal. She turned on the water, and then the steam started moving strangely. Not drifting, but gathering. Like it had direction. Like something was shaping it. It started to take the outline of a person in front of the bathroom door. She couldn't make herself move. Not because she physically couldn't, but her body wouldn't cooperate. Her brain was screaming at her to move and her hands just wouldn't do it. When she finally forced the door open, she ran outside in a towel and didn't stop until she was finally away from the house. She never came inside again. She'd still come over to the property if we were going somewhere. She'd sit in the car, wait in the yard, whatever, but she would not cross the threshold. She was convinced that there was something in that house that wasn't human. Something demonic. I don't know what I believed, and I still don't. I only know what happened. The worst night, the one that made me realize the way I approach things might someday get me killed, was the night that I was completely alone. There were no guests, no friends crashing. My girlfriend at the time and Grace were at work. I had the house to myself for once, and I decided to clean. I was mopping the bedroom floor when someone started pounding on the front door like the police. Not a casual knock, not a neighbor. It was urgent, violent, sustained. Like whoever was outside needed that door open immediately. So I did what every 19-year-old delinquent living in the meth capital of the Eastern Seaboard would do. I grabbed my Glock and I opened the door. There was no one there. I stood on the porch, looking left and right, confused and irritated, trying to find where someone could have gone in the seconds that it took me to get there. Then the back door sounded like someone was trying to drive a truck through it. I slammed the front door and ran to the back. As soon as my hand touched the back door handle, the front door started again. I froze. Not because I was scared, but because my brain couldn't compute the timing. Front door, front door again. Like someone was bouncing between them instantly. I thought it had to be people messing with me. Someone running around the house. Meth heads doing meth head things. So I yanked the back door open. I heard footsteps, fast, running around the side of the house. I jumped over the back railing, landed wrong, and immediately felt pain shoot through my ankle. I ignored it and limped after the sound because, again, stupid, 19, and unafraid. When I got around the side, I saw the crawlspace door open, and the light was on. The crawlspace had always been weird. When we first moved in, there was a horseshoe hanging with bundles of sage and clove tied up and dangling from the rafters. And on the inside, there was a table with a single chair, like someone had been sitting down there for a long time. At the time, I told myself it was the previous owner being quirky, witchy, into astrology, southern white girl stuff. Something harmless. I took it all down and got rid of the table and chair at the swap shop at the local dump. But the crawl space itself had a red clay burn that ran around the entirety of the inside perimeter. There was enough space behind it that if someone could crouch and move around the entire house underneath, unseen. I saw the door open, I saw the light on, and I did exactly what I shouldn't have done. I went in. The air down there smelled like damp earth and old wood. It was cold in that way that crawl spaces are cold, even when the house above is warm. I looked around. No one. I climbed closer and leaned over the berm, expecting to see someone crouch behind it. Nothing. I remember thinking, This is stupid. I'm going to feel stupid. I'm going to tell everyone about this and they're going to laugh. And then I heard the crawl space door close behind me. Not slam, just close. And then, clear as anything, I heard a giggle from the other side. It wasn't a child. It wasn't playful. It sounded like someone that found it funny that I had followed them in. I ran through the crawl space door so hard that I broke the hinges and went down in the yard. I scraped myself up, limped back into the house, locked both doors, and then sat there in silence licking my wounds until Grace got home. I didn't clean any more that night. We moved not long after. Not dramatically, not with a big announcement, just one day we found another place and left. None of us tried to keep the place. It's been almost 15 years, and we still don't really talk about it. Kelsey is still convinced something demonic lived there, and she swears that's why the house sits empty now. Grace bounces back and forth, and a more rational voice has questioned whether it was something like folie à deux, some shared psychological loop fueled by stress, isolation, poverty, and suggestion. As for me, I don't really care what it was. What happened, happened, and it was what it was. And whatever it was, it knew we were there. Encounter with a serial killer. When I was 20, I'd moved from Baltimore to the Eastern Shore, thinking the distance would help mitigate my habit. It didn't. Instead, I just ended up driving to Bmore every couple of days and buying several $100s worth of H instead of just buying less on a daily basis. In this process, I got to know a lot of odd people, some of them hacks. In Baltimore, a hack is someone who operates as a cabbie illegally. Often they take people into the city to pick up their drugs, or just charge half the rate of a legit cab driver. I had met an older guy at a Dunkin' Donuts in Dundalk who did this. Now, I wasn't in the habit of using hacks, but one night my cabbie went down a one-way street the wrong way in front of a police officer, and we were pulled over and searched. It ends up this idiot had brought a whole stash of pot with him, so we were arrested and sent to the BCDC. I was pissed. Around midnight that night, they released me. It ends up that not only had my friend admitted ownership of the marijuana, but the reason they'd used to search us, that his license was showing up as suspended, was bull, and my friend's lawyer had called them on it. So there I was, in the middle of Baltimore City, with no ride, nowhere to go, dope sick, and in the middle of December. They released the men and the women separately, and my friend's cell phone was still off at the time when I tried to call it. It ends up he had been released several hours earlier, but had left his phone in the truck. For anyone that hasn't had the pleasure of being arrested, they impound your vehicle. So if you're unlucky enough to get processed and released after 5 p.m. or before 8 a.m., you're out of luck re-getting your vehicle back. Not to mention another couple $100s in the hole. As I mentally ran through my list of options, I remembered the hack I'd met earlier that week and decided to give him a try. I figured that at the least, if he was still awake, I could pay him to help me cop and drop me off at the Greyhound bus station to wait out the night. Well, I called. And not only was he up and about, but he was also only about a 10-minute drive away from where I was being released. The fact that he was still up and about at 1 a.m. may have given normal people pause. I just assumed he was probably a crackhead or a tweaker or something, and I wrote it off as luck. Within half an hour he showed up, and I clambered into the long, gray sedan just to be grateful out of the cold and back on solid ground. Now, to give you an idea of the way this guy came off, the best way I can think to describe him is gray. Everything about him was just gray. His vehicle was a medium, dinged up gray. His hair was longish and a deep, solid gray. Even his power seemed gray. I remember he had the face of a postmenopausal woman, sort of jowly, if you know what I mean. Soft. In retrospect, the guy was creepy as all get out, but at the same time, he just seemed unexceptional. And really, in the drug world, there's so many weird people that you're forced to deal with on a daily basis that unless someone comes off as blatantly volatile, you eventually learn to just ignore the crazy. If you don't, you'll drown in it. We managed a cop. In Baltimore, there's always someone out. I asked the guy to take me to the Greyhound station, just wanting to get well and curl up till I could think about catching a bus. And he just sort of looked at me, looked down, then back up, and asked if I wanted to just go watch TV at his place until the buses began running. Looking back, I remember feeling a bit hesitant, but the man just seemed so unexceptional, such a non-entity, that I couldn't imagine him being a threat. And if I'm entirely honest, I just wanted a clean, warm place to get it on. I was well beyond dope sick at this point, and my all-consuming thought was just to get straight. Taking my silence for hesitation, I remember him telling me not to worry, that he wasn't going to try anything. Maybe I've mentioned that I'm 5'6" and 100 pounds and 20 years old at the time, and that the bus station wasn't the safest place for a tiny female like myself to be hanging out at 2 o'clock in the morning, that he was just trying to help. I thanked him, said sure, and we proceeded to drive out towards the county. To this day, I'm still not sure what direction we'd even gone in, just wherever it was he lived. It was about a half hour outside of the city, and that it was not in the woods, but in a heavily wooded area. As we neared his house, he started acting a bit strange. Not enough to set off alarm bells yet, but still. I'll never forget him saying that either the police chief of the county or the chief's son lived in the same cul-de-sac they did, that they were friends and the guy had helped him out in terms of a few predicaments, as he called them. The house was right on a lake, with a dock in the backyard. I have no idea what county this was in, and no one I've tried describing it to has been able to pinpoint it either. It was totally alien to me. We pulled into his driveway, and I was shocked to see that his house was closer to being a McMansion than the hovel I assumed I was in for. He had gone to tell me as he parked and we walked up to the door that it had belonged to his mother, who had recently passed. Here's this ratty little man with a ratty little car and his ratty little clothes, and he's living in this extremely, well, not nice, but expensive house, driving around all day and night for pocket change and basically living at Dunkin' Donuts. I was more than a bit skeptical. When we went inside, the situation became even stranger, but at least more familiar, more in line with what I've seen of the guy so far. The house was covered in two things: dust and knickknacks. When I say covered, I mean covered. Every square inch of surface space was covered in tacky little porcelain angels and dollar store crap. Shelves, tables, the top of the ginormous old box television, even the kitchen was covered in them. The kitchen itself I only saw for a brief moment, but I'll never forget how even the sink was filled with things. They were the obligatory dollies that old people seem to have in spades, all of them coated in dust and discolored. I asked where the bathroom was and excused myself to go get high. I was getting pretty weirded out by this point, and I just wanted to get straight so I could decide what to do. I did my thing and went back to the living room, which was the first room you walk into when you came in the door. I didn't want to go any deeper in the house. I wanted to take a look at the lock on the door, create an exit strategy, and hope I didn't really need one. That hope was quickly dashed. The first thing the guy did was bring me a glass of water and a handful of pills. Puzzled, I asked him what the pills were for. He said, to sleep. Now it's 3 a.m. at this point. I have to be at the bus station by 6. At most, we have maybe 2 hours before we'll have to leave. I tell him I don't think it's a great idea since falling asleep isn't on the agenda, that we don't have time even for a quick nap. He starts to become pretty insistent that I take the pills. Believe me, if we weren't out in the middle of nowhere, not to mention it being in December and bitter cold, at this point I'd have booked. Instead, I sort of laughed and took 2 of the pills out of his hand, stuck them in my house, and took a sip of water and said, well, what the hell. Immediately he brightened and shuffled off to get another glass of water, which I had requested. Looking back, I shouldn't have even drank the water. I spit out the pills and shoved them in the seat of the sofa. This whole time we'd been talking about little things: Baltimore, local politics, music, nothing deep. At this point he starts talking to me about chemicals, about drugs. Specifically, what sort of drugs will knock someone out, but not harm them. How much you would need of what for someone, say, tiny like myself. I try to act as if this is entirely normal conversation fodder. At this point, it seemed to me that my existence depended on not registering how abnormal this entire situation was. I think my thought process at the time, and especially as time went on, was that I couldn't act as if I knew what was happening. That I couldn't act as if there was anything strange or alarming occurring. That he would be stupid to let me leave and let me live if he knew that I knew exactly what was going on here. I need to seem like a non-threat. The whole time we were having this discussion, by the way, the guy kept trying to get behind me. At one point he succeeded and started rubbing my shoulders. I just laughed, said I wasn't a fan of massages, and that I needed to run to the bathroom. When I came back, I made sure to sit on the sofa that was up against the wall. I'm looking around for a phone, but I don't want to ask for one, because I don't want him to know that my cell phone's dead. Yeah, another great stroke of luck. My cell phone had died about 5 minutes after I called the creep to come pick me up. Now this whole time, this guy's been pacing around the living room, sitting for a few minutes only to get back up again, walk back and forth, sit back down. He'd begun talking about his mother, how she collected these knickknacks, how she died of a heart attack, how she'd been thinking about renovating the house but hadn't had the heart to make any changes to anything yet. So he says he wants to show me something. He wants to show me the upstairs. Why I didn't run screaming out of that place, I don't know. I think part of me was still hoping that I was misreading the situation. Maybe that the guy was just lonely and creepy and socially maladaptive. Not actually dangerous or anything. But here we have yet one more horror film trope coming into play. Creepy obsession with mother, and bizarre dust-filled house perfectly preserved in memory of mom, down to the last glass she used while sitting on the kitchen table. And now the guy wants to show me the upstairs. He wants to show me her room. So I follow him up the stairs. At first he makes it obvious that he wants me to go up before him, but I wasn't having any of that. We get to the second story. There were 3. I never made it to the third, however. And turn off down this hallway, and he opens the first door on the left. He goes in. I'm half expecting to see the body of his dead mom lying on the bed or something, and I find myself seriously relieved when I find myself standing in just one more dust-coated room full of crap. I don't remember much about the room. I remember the bed was made, and that I couldn't tell if the comforter was dark, or just covered in so much dust that it appeared that way. He gestured for me to sit down. I obliged. What followed was the worst of the experience. He sat down on the edge of the bed next to me and began talking about his mother. After a bit, he looked at me and said, "You're so beautiful. You look like a little girl. I bet little girls really like you." I tried to lead the conversation back to his mom. He gets up and walks over to the far wall of the bedroom, starts referring to our earlier conversation about drugs and knocking someone out. He asks me what I would use to knock out a child, what I would use to keep a child knocked out for long periods of time, safely. I'm trying at this point to act as if I'm still on point, as if I'm not finding this line of conversation to be dreadful, creepy, and horrible. I tell him I really don't know. I'm just a dope fiend, not a chemist. He asks about heroin, and if that would be safe. At this point I've just had it, and I think he can tell. He says, "I want to show you something." I begin to protest and tell him that I have to use the bathroom, but he insists. He pushes on the cheap wood paneling on the wall, and a large square of it swings open. He gestures inside and says he's been working on it for a few years, that it's just big enough for a small woman, but made for a child. It's a sort of cot. There are loops on the ends for rope or some other restraint, I'm sure. I noped out of the bedroom, down the stairs. I didn't run, I just told him I had to go to the restroom again. While I'm walking, shaking down the stairs, I pull out my cell phone out of my purse and mimic dialing on it. I was lucky that he stayed behind to close up the bedroom and that thing on the wall, so he didn't see that my phone wasn't even turning on. I pretended to be having a conversation with a friend of mine, and at that point he showed up again. Began, loudly recounting what had transpired that evening to my friend. I told him how I'd called the nice gent that we had met. I'd been with my friend Tom the time we met the guy at the DD, at the Dunkin' Donuts to pick me up, and I was at that guy's house. But I would be leaving shortly. Then I pretended that my friend had offered to come pick me up from the bus stop, and in one respect I was lucky. The guy knew I was living out of town, but he didn't know I was living 4 hours away, or that any friend of mine would have to make a hellishly long trip if they were going to come pick me up. I told my friend that I'd head out to the bus station ASAP and that I'd see him soon. I still remember the look on the guy's face when I said that. It darkened. You know the look that snotty, spoiled little kids will get when someone actually dares to tell them no? It was like that. It was that look, but worse. There was something almost perverse about seeing it so openly displayed on the face of a 50-something-year-old man. So I started to grab my purse and zip up my coat, all while gibbering on about how my friend remembered him and had said to tell him hi. It seemed at the time that the two things were of the utmost importance in the moment. The first, to make him feel like I hadn't found him out or anything that he said or displayed odd. I didn't want him to think I would be some sort of threat to his plans or his well-being if he let me leave. Secondly, I wanted him to know that he was identifiable, that someone, at least someone who could identify him, knew I was with him. This is pretty much the end of the story, although I had one more, far worse encounter with the same guy a couple of weeks after this incident. He took me to the bus station and acted crappy the entire time we were driving there. The second encounter convinced me not only was I lucky to be alive, but I had spent several hours in the same home of a serial killer. Do I think he had done anything yet at the time I spent that terrifying early morning in his home? No. I think he was gearing up to, though. And by the second brief encounter I had with the guy, I'm positive he had. I don't know how to put it. That uncertainty that he had displayed with me was gone. I think by that point he'd crossed the line. If I haven't bored everyone to death and anyone wants to hear about the second encounter, I'll post it. In closing, I will say this. I did take down the license number as he was leaving that morning, and I did contact a friend of mine who's a police officer. A year or so after all of this happened, my friend called me and asked if I still had the guy's information. I didn't. He'd lost it, if he ever really bothered to write it down at all. And there had been several disappearances of young children in the very same areas as that guy. In our second, blissfully brief encounter, mentioned that he trolled, just scoping out the little girls. I did try to find the man. I began by going to the Dunkin' that he had hung out at. The owner, who said the guy spent every single morning there for a couple of years, told me that he had just quit coming the same week that this happened. And I think I finally figured out why he hung out there every day. The day I went there looking for the guy, I noticed there was a bus stop right in front of the Dunkin'. A bus stop full of elementary school kids. My encounter with a serial killer. Part 2. After my initial encounter with the Dundalk Creep, I contacted a friend of mine who was a Baltimore City police officer, and I gave him a description of the creep's house, car, his license number, first name, cell number, and a detailed account of what transpired that morning in his home. A year or so later, I would receive a call from the very same officer, asking if I still had a record of the info that I had given him. Unfortunately, I no longer did. And the owner of the Dunkin' Donuts on East Avenue, the Dunkin' he used to frequent, had no information on the creep. The last I'd seen of him, the creep had come by to show him a car he purchased. It was black and a sedan, but that was all the owner knew. I was on high alert for a week or so. I'd received a couple of sketchy calls from a blocked number, but nothing I could pin on the creep. Life went back to normal, my normal at least, and after a couple of weeks I was able to convince myself that I had exaggerated the entire encounter. After all, I was still breathing. So one day Tom and I decided to take a trip to the city to pick up my stash for the next few days. Usually when we went to Baltimore, we'd pick up about $500-$600 worth of scramble, 70 pills, IOW. This would last the two of us about 2 days, sometimes 3. I had a bad habit. On this particular day, we decided to pick up a bit more than usual. Why, I can't remember, but the entire trip was cursed from the get-go. We were late leaving the shore. There was an incident in the harbor tunnel that ended up backing up traffic for a good 3 hours. And by the time we made it to East Baltimore, my contact had dipped. I ended up getting in touch with another guy who sold out of Dundalk, so we went down to Erdman Avenue, which is the same Erdman Avenue the Creeps Duncan is on. And I had Tom park in the Goodwill parking lot so I could go find my guy. Most of my contacts knew Tom, but this guy I was going to meet was one of the paranoid hitters, and he wouldn't serve me if he even saw Tom's truck in the vicinity of where we were meeting, so I had to hoof it. I can't remember exactly where it was he wanted me to meet him, but I'm fairly certain it was on Dundalk or Merritt, one of the large roads that runs through Dundalk like a vein. Whenever I'm in the city and I have to walk anywhere, I employ the look down, look at your feet, never look a stranger in the eye, and if a car honks their horn at you, do not respond method of minding my own business. A large part of the reason I do this, the unspoken reason, is because a lot of people will assume you're a hooker if they see you walking by. Generally, if you don't respond when they honk their horns and holler at you, after a bit they'll leave you alone. And don't forget the police, and the undercovers. It's their job to harass you a bit and see if you respond, to see if you're doing business or merely an unlucky member of the vehicle-less tier of society. On this particular day, I remember being more than a little spooked at the absence of traffic. It wasn't a nice day. It was overcast, gray, a standard January afternoon in Baltimore, but it wasn't abnormally bad either. There was certainly no reason for it to be so quiet. I was walking down one of Dundalk's larger roads. The traffic should have been steady. There should have been a few people shopping and walking about at least, but nope. It was just me and the occasional ragtag car. I was about a mile down the road from my meeting point with my dealer when a black sedan pulled up next to me. It was the Creep. He opened the passenger door from inside and told me to get in. Now, I seriously considered altering the story at this point to make myself look like and feel like less of an idiot, but so far I've been entirely honest in my retelling of my encounters with this guy, so I'm not going to start lying now. Anyway, please cut me some slack. Over the 3 or 4 weeks that passed since the incident at the Creep's house, I had spent a fair amount of time talking myself into believing that I over-dramatized the whole encounter. That maybe the little room in the wall with the cot hadn't been what I thought it was. In short, I had tried to convince myself that I was just a heroin junkie who had blurred the line between reality and fantasy. So when the Creep pulled up and told me to get in his car, there were a lot of reasons why I did just that, instead of doing what a sane person would, and start screaming, running, and pitching a fit, and just generally noping out of there. I've tried to figure out why I did what I did that day, and all I can say is that between having convinced myself there was no way I'd actually experienced what I thought I had, and my dislike at the feeling that I'd been a giant coward, I felt sort of compelled to face the guy and verify that no, there was nothing strange going on, and that it had all been in my head. At the same time, there was another dynamic at play. The fact that I was still sickeningly afraid of the Creep. I remember pulling back from the open door of the car and looking around, looking at the whole lot of no one coming and nothing on the street, and thinking that if I didn't willingly go, he could easily run me down on his own. I told him I was busy and that I was on the way to meet my guy, and he said that was fine. He'd take me the rest of the way and drop me off. That he'd even take me back to wherever I was going afterwards if I wanted him to. So I got in the car. I was terrified, and I fell back into the same routine I'd utilized the first time around, acting disoriented, high, harmless, and glad to see him. I asked him what he'd been up to. He said in a perfect monotone that he'd tried to call me. Why hadn't I answered? I explained that I used throwaway cell phones, and that I'd acquire a new one once my minutes had run out on the other phone. Now remember I said that I'd only been about a mile or less from my meeting point with my dealer when the Creep pulled up. My hopes were pinned on him keeping his word and actually taking me to where I needed to go. If that happened, I thought, then everything was okay. I didn't need to worry. But of course it didn't. When he blew through the light we needed to turn at, I told him he'd missed my stop. He replied, "Don't worry, I'll take you where you need to go. I just want to talk to you for a minute first." I felt sick to my stomach. He pulled off of Dundalk, and I could see that he was turning into one of those little parks that they have dotted through the city. Parks with jogging paths and a few token toys and swings for children. If I recall correctly, there was some sort of school or other government building in the background. I remember thinking that as soon as he slowed down just a bit, I was going to jump out of the car. I also remember thinking that I needed to relax, that if he even thought for a moment that I was beginning to freak out, my chances of him slowing down or giving me any sort of out would be nil. You see, the whole time I was sitting there looking at the door lock, the area we were in, etc., he was going on about how he'd been looking up sedatives and wanted to get some Xanax and some other benzodiazepines. How he'd really like my help, and how he'd been scouting the park we were at, as well as other parks throughout the city and county, and how he was certain that someone like me by his side to help lure little girls back to his house, he could fulfill his dream. He said, and here's what terrified me the most, that he could use the dock behind his house to get rid of the bodies. I've never disliked myself more than I did that day. The whole time he was talking about all of this, I'd been doing two things. One, I had begun to slouch down in the passenger seat with my eyes almost shut, trying to act as if I had nodded out. I could only see him a little out of the slit corner of my eye. The whole time he was talking about this, he had been rooting around the front under his seat. Slowly, sneakily, as if he was trying not to make any noise, you know? So when I would respond to him now, I would make a warning gesture like moving my hand to indicate I was about to open my eyes. The last thing I wanted to do was make him feel like he'd been caught, and he had to pull out whatever it was immediately. The second thing I had been doing was how I was responding to his questions. Instead of acting freaked out or upset, I was trying to act like I was on board with all of this, but not too on board. I was trying to act like I was considering it, like I had the option to do it if I wanted to or not. I didn't want him to think of me as a victim, and I didn't want him to think that I was thinking of myself as a victim. I was hoping that if I acted like his peer, like a potential partner in crime, that he would treat me like one, or at least pretend long enough for me to get out of the car safely. He was still circling the little park when he began to slow down significantly. Through the slim opening of my eye, through my eyelashes, I could see him reach as far down as he could under that front seat, all while watching me intently to see if I'd move. I knew it was the time to get out of Dodge, because whatever he had, whatever he was looking for down there, he did not want me to know about it, and that terrified me. And God was I lucky. I was lucky because at the same time he was slowing down, another car had come out of nowhere and was slowing down next to his vehicle. He sat up. I bolted. I grabbed the door handle, fell out of the door, and ran without ever looking back once. I pulled my cell phone out of my purse and called my friend, and had him pick me up in front of one of the stores on the corner of the avenue. I was bawling, terrified at my own stupidity, at how close I knew I had come to ending up in some psycho's dungeon. All because I didn't want to listen to my instincts, or hell, just pure common sense. I cried and cried and cried, thinking about the creep and all the things he said he wanted to do to little girls. This is, for all intents and purposes, the ends of my encounter with the Dundalk creep. About 2 or 3 months after all of this happened, I received a phone call one day. One I didn't answer because the number was unfamiliar. Later that week I checked my voicemail, and it was the creep. He'd changed his number and wanted to let me know. Also, he had finished renovating the house, and he wanted me to come see it. He said he'd put an ad in some paper and was letting out various rooms as boarding rooms to women only, and that he'd had some interesting ideas he wanted to talk over with me. I forwarded the new number to my police officer friend and changed my own. Despite what I said earlier, when I told the creep that my number had changed because I used a throwaway phone, my number had never changed. I just never answered numbers I didn't know. And prior to our second meeting, had not bothered to set up my voicemail at that point in time. To anyone interested in pursuing this, over the years I've tried off and on to find the creep's house. Now with Google Maps, I may be at least able to narrow down the county. The Dunkin' he hung out at every morning for years is the one on Erdman Avenue. Google Maps shows the Dunkin' with the bus stops out front for anyone that's interested in checking it out. I still think the best bet is the owner of the Dunkin'. The creep hung out there for years, picking up business, drinking coffee, and talking to the owner. I refuse to believe that they don't know each other a bit better than the owners made out, or that the creep just never showed up here again.
I can believe that he may have cooled it at that place a bit after our encounter, but I think it's almost a given that he'd gone back eventually. The only other point of possible identification I can think of is the cop the creep claimed to live in the same cul-de-sac that he did. He said it was either a police chief of the county or the chief's son. I remember him seeming to find that amusing, that he laughed about his friendship with the cop. But they were on the river. The cul-de-sac had to be accessed via a bridge from the main road. Beyond that recollection, I'm tapped. Anyone out there with addiction issues? You can beat them. I was a heroin addict from 19 to 25 when I picked up and moved overseas. For me, it took relocating halfway around the world to get far enough for my addiction to overcome it. But I'm going on 6 years clean this April, and I'm thankful that my life doesn't consist of the elements like the above any longer. If I can do it, anyone can. Thanks for reading.
2 years of hell. How I was stalked, completely betrayed, and nearly murdered. Hey everyone. This is my first post of an actual story on Reddit, so bear with me. I've been reading everyone's amazing stories for years, and felt like it was only fair that I contribute something back. Allow me to tell you about the time I dated a guy on MySpace for 2 years that nearly ended up getting my entire family murdered. Me stalked by a psycho, and everyone involved nearly losing their minds. I've never written this down before, or told very many people that I even trust. It's all just too painful, and quite honestly, unbelievable to tell often. If it didn't happen to me, I probably wouldn't have believed it either. But unfortunately I did. I promise what you are about to hear is 100% absolute truth. I hope you find this interesting. Let me give you some background for this story. I'm an almost 28-year-old gay male who was born and raised in the Appalachian Mountains, which for my friends not in America, that's in the South more towards the Mid-Atlantic region. I usually don't just throw being gay out there, but it's important to my tell and understanding why I made such insanely poor choices in my teenage years. I know almost everyone does, but this really takes the cake. Follow me back to when I was 16, just about 12 years ago. I was a junior in high school, had plenty of friends, and no trouble with bullies. At least not while I was at school. My parents are now wonderful people who greatly regret the way they treated me when they found out I was gay. At the time, I hated them for being so horrendous to me. But as I got older, I finally understood that their reaction was just a product of the strict religious movement they and myself were brought up in. Mild disclaimer, I do not have any hatred in my heart for any religion, no matter what its views are. Whatever you choose to believe is alright by me. I'm more of a treat people the way you would like to be treated kind of guy. This just happened to be my parents' reaction, so don't judge them too harshly. Also, I don't want the comments to turn into a religious debate and or an LGBT rights discussion. This is about none of that. It just so happened to be my circumstance. My parents, who at the time firmly believed that this would send my eternal soul into damnation, pretty much only allowed me to stay at our house a couple of days a week after that. For at least a year, I was living on friends' couches and off the kindness of their parents. I was in what I could only describe as the worst state of miserable, major depression I have ever been in my entire life. I had tried to commit suicide the year before with a very serious overdose that cost me 9 days in the ICU. I should have died, but your liver is an amazing thing, and it started to regenerate on its own. A year to the day after that, literally to the day, the first guy I ever fell in love with was killed in a tragic car accident. My parents had zero sympathy for my feelings. They were the immoral feelings of their blasphemous son, so they didn't count, I guess. I remember coming back home from his funeral that night, my father asking me, "Why are you so upset? Were you a F-word with that boy or something?" I didn't even respond. I just walked right past him and straight into my room, where I proceeded to cry myself to sleep. Again, don't judge them too harshly. They were different people back then. Needless to say, this sent me completely spiraling downward in the worst way possible. Drugs, alcohol, you name it, I did it. Anything to stay numb and keep myself from feeling the immense amounts of pain I was emotionally in every day. To have your situation go from a year before seeing your father cry for the first time as you lay dying in a hospital bed, to him spewing so much malice and hatred towards you. Let's just say it was enough to make anybody have a mental breakdown. I had friends who cared about me and loved me deeply. I don't know why it wasn't enough. It just wasn't. I felt like no one truly loved me or ever would. If my own parents couldn't, then what were my chances of finding a soulmate? Would I just be alone forever and miserable as I was then? At the time, and in my angsty teen mind, that's exactly what it felt like. Which finally brings us through my background and mindset leading into the pure, unadulterated hell that was soon to follow. In the midst of my deepest, darkest despair, the brightest idea anyone has ever had on this planet popped into my head. Well, if no one around here will ever love me, then I'll just go online and meet someone who will. Pure stroke of genius, right? It just made absolute biblical sense to me at the time. I felt like the only gay teen in the entire state, like the only person who really understood me was me, and only would ever be me. That in order to find someone to love me, I would have to search far and wide beyond the borders of the mountainous fortress I had resided in my entire life. Proud of myself for having such an ingenious idea, I immediately hopped on MySpace, which is Facebook for us old people, and spent the next hour making it as badass looking as I thought I could. You could customize just about everything on your profile, so of course mine had to accurately reflect all my emo feelings and the darkness in my soul. Word to the wise, and something I wish I realized back then. If you're trying to attract the darker things in society, you're probably going to get back exactly what you're sending out. I know I sure did. It all started out innocently enough. I clicked on one of my acquaintances' profiles for some reason. This guy on his top 8 just flew right out at me. His name was Jacob. He was gorgeous, dressed in all black, and that was pretty much all I needed to know at the time. I saw he was from Maryland, several hours away, but far enough to possibly not be like everyone else here. Far enough to hopefully have that exact kind of mentality that I was looking for in another human being. So I sent him a message, something to the effect of, "Hey, what's up? I saw you were on my friend's top 8 and I thought you were cute, so I figured I would say hello." I wasn't expecting a response. None whatsoever. He was gorgeous, and he seemed way too cool for me, so why in God's name would he message a guy like me back? And then it happened. Within a minute of me sending my message, I got one back, and it was from him. Not gonna lie, I exploded with joy on the inside. Something that I hadn't felt in years and years. It was just something like, "Hey, you're cute too. How are you?" But it was enough to send me over the moon. I felt alive again. But what I really felt was hope again. We talked the rest of the day and night. We talked about each other, how much life sucked, how bad we wanted away from our hometown and our lives. You know, the usual for teenage boys living in repression. I fell for him hard. Too hard. I mean, hook, line, and sinker hard. We chatted for maybe a week before he asked me out. I had no problem with dating online. That was the whole point of me doing it in the first place, so I eagerly said yes. We'd only been dating for a week or so when he introduced me to the rest of his friends. I met his ex-boyfriend Zach and their best friend Josie, who I quickly became best friends with, along with about 10 other girls and guys. Josie was a cool chick, and she had known these guys for years, so who better than to give me all of the dirt on them? During the course of the next month, Josie and I became the closest friends out of everyone he introduced me to in what turned out to be a gang. They were mostly just a group of suburban white kids who called themselves the elites and just drank and smoked a lot of weed. I had heard some crazy stories here and there about them beating people up and some of them taking the gang thing way too seriously, but I didn't really think much about it. Josie and I had been talking on the phone every day, and we made a really genuine connection with each other. She had my sense of bizarre humor, she was extremely intelligent, and still liked to have a crazy good time on top of it all. During this period, Jacob and I were doing great, but there was one little problem. I had started to fall in love with his ex Zachary the more I talked to him. Jacob could be intense and at times violent when he was angry, from what I had heard. But on the other hand, Zachary was his complete opposite. He was too kind for his own good, an extremely caring guy, and he wrote the most beautiful piano music I had ever heard. Being a musician myself, French horn for 10 years, I was immediately endeared to this guy. The more and more time I spent online talking to Zachary, the less and less time I spent talking to Jacob. Eventually, Jacob kind of figured out what was going on, and to my shock, he let me know that he was cool with it and wished us the best. That's how about after 2 months with Jacob, I started dating his ex, Zachary. This would be the guy I would date for the next 2 years, and with whom the worst times of my life would be spent. Josie was clearly thrilled for me. We still talked every day online and on the phone. Sometimes I talked to Zachary on the phone, but more often than not, we just kept our communication to AOL Instant Messenger. When we started dating was when everything started to collapse. Jacob, who initially said he was okay with everything, ended up exploding. He completely tore me a new one online, and then proceeded to go and kidnap my current boyfriend. Josie called me up, freaking me out, saying that he'd taken Zachary and nobody knew where they were. This clearly sent me reeling from shock. I guess all the rumors I had heard about Jacob were true, and now because of my actions, the guy I'm in love with is in danger. I quickly contacted some of the older guys in the gang and let them know what was going on. Their response was basically, "Oh, not again," which caught me off guard. Again? You mean this happens frequently? I talked to Chaz, the leader of this gang, while he sent some guys out to deal with Jacob and retrieve my boyfriend. He basically told me in a nutshell that Jacob has been, and always will be, obsessed with Zachary. But when he gets wasted or whatever, he goes cuckoo and then goes and sets out on some wild mission to kidnap and apparently violate my new boyfriend. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was in complete and total shock, but apparently the situation was resolved easily, and he handed over my man without too much incident. He also received a healthy beating to remind Jacob that it is not nice to go around kidnapping people just because you can. This was the first, and certainly not the last incident I can remember, where the pattern I'm all too familiar with now would develop over the next several years. Jacob would get drunk and jealous, he would do something completely insane to me or my boyfriend, and then after all the freaking out and worrying was over, he would come back crying and begging for mine and Zachary's forgiveness. This became a weekly routine, and it began to wear me out mentally very quickly. Flash forward to around a year after I had sent the very first message to Jacob. I was still with Zach, still best friends with Josie, who I had even been up to Maryland to meet in person at this point. Unfortunately, to miss my boyfriend who was out of town visiting his family, and was still dealing with Jacob's craptastic, insane plots to ruin my relationship and give me a stroke before the age of 20. None of this craziness set off any red flags in my head, not one. As a matter of fact, nothing period during that entire year gave me second thoughts about anything going on. The day-to-day sky-is-falling lifestyle had become the norm for me, and I was used to it. Several of my friends, however, had their doubts, though they were polite enough to keep them to themselves for the time being. This was the first true danger that threatened me and my family ever arose, and it led to a night that I will never forget as long as I live. Cut to me as a 17-year-old who, in the span of 1 year, had accomplished everything he set out to do. I had the perfect boyfriend, even if I'd never met him. Didn't care. I had an awesome new best friend in Josie. We'd hung out a few times at that point, and I adored her. And I had joined a group of my own in my hometown. My parents were going to throw me away just because of who I loved. Well, then I was going to throw away every single religious thing that I had ever been taught and go to the dark side. I became a Luciferian, otherwise known as a Satanist, and boy oh boy did I think I was a badass. Now when it comes to the coven that I joined in my hometown, that could fill an entirely different story in an entirely different subreddit. Maybe I'll post that sometime, but the point of telling you about them now was so you could understand what happened next. I received a call one night about midnight from Josie, who was beside herself. Very out of character for her. I mean, Zach had been kidnapped over 40 times in the past year and she hardly batted an eye, but this was different. She explained that Jacob had really outdone himself and lost his mind this time. He hired a guy from the elites named Sean to come down to my house and kill me and my mother, father, and younger sister. My sister is about 7.5 years younger than me, and from the day she was born, I have always been fiercely protective of her. She was, and still is, my beautiful baby sister, and truly the only one in my household that loved me. When I heard that my ex had taken it so far as to hire a hitman to come after my family, I flew into what we would call around here a mountain rage. It didn't matter if someone simply came after me, but to target my precious sister, who had nothing to do with any of this, was the boiling point for me. And even though I despised my parents at the time, I'm still a Southerner, and when you mess with a Southerner's family, then all the crap you're fighting about goes out the window. Complete and total defense to the homestead mode kicked in. I asked Josie when he left Maryland, and she told me she found out that he'd been driving towards my house maybe an hour ago. And as soon as she found out, she called me. So that meant I had at most 6 hours to prepare, and at least probably 4 if he got a good head start. She informed me that Sean was a former army guy. But got kicked out for failing several psych tests and being a complete sociopath in general. I'm not a big guy, and at the time I weighed less than I do now. I was 5'7" and maybe 130 pounds soaking wet, but my first thought didn't require much brute strength to beat back this attacker. I called up the coven leader, Brandon, who lived not even 10 minutes away, and explained the situation. I told him I needed to borrow his favorite toy, and I promised to bring it back in good condition with as little blood on it as possible. He agreed. About 30 minutes later, I was back home in my room, cleaning and loading an extremely nice over and under pump action shotgun. I called Josie back up and got the details on exactly what he and his car looked like. Then around 4 a.m. I told her I would call her back and crept out to my front yard. Now, for people who had never been to my house, they always got where to park wrong. They always ended up in front of my house down a hill, instead of on the driveway on the side. This little detail was stuck in my mind and probably saved my life. In the very front of my yard was a huge oak tree that was big enough for my skinny, girl jean-wearing emo self to hide behind. All I had to do was wait and hope he did exactly what I thought he would. I got lucky. He parked exactly on the opposite side of the big tree I was hiding behind. I heard a car door open and someone step outside of the vehicle, followed by the unmistakable cocking of a 9mm handgun. While that sound may have struck fear in the hearts of others, it absolutely enraged me, so I replied in kind with a sound of my own. As I stepped around the side of the tree, he was directly in front of his car, gun down by his side. In one motion, I simultaneously pumped a shell into the chamber of the shotgun and raised it directly level with his head, about 10 feet away from me. This caught him off guard, and completely by surprise. I didn't hesitate. I simply told him the God's honest truth. I said, "Buddy, you've got one of 2 options right now. Either you get back in your car, turn around, and drive straight back to Maryland without stopping, or you can so much flinch in my general direction and I'll splatter your brains across the great state of the state that I was in. You have 5 seconds to decide. What's it going to be?" I kid you not, the most sickly smile spreads across the psycho's face, and for a moment I thought we were about to reenact the movie Tombstone. Fortunately, he had much more of a sense of self-preservation than I thought someone who would just drive 8 hours to kill a family he never met would have. All he did was give a little chuckle and said, "You're a cool dude. I'll see you around." And then he walked backwards slowly, my gun following him. He then walked backward very slowly, my gun following him the entire way, got back into his car, and just drove off. Right then and there, I made up my mind. I had to tackle the beast head on. I was always raised that if you have a problem, be a man and take care of it yourself. I had to go see my enemy Jacob's home turf and bring this war to his doorstep, just like he brought it to mine. It's time to go to Maryland. After all the drama of nearly being murdered by a nut job, I'd really had enough of Jacob's BS at that point. I got online, cussed him out until a fly wouldn't land on him, making a point to let him know that his little plan backfired. He wasn't dealing with some poor little boy that couldn't find for himself, and each and every crazy situation that evolved made me stronger as a person, if not a little more mentally disturbed every time. I told him he was going to regret the day that he ever crossed me and my boyfriend. Instead of apologizing like usual, his true colors finally came out. He laughed at me. He told me I was cute when I was angry, and said what a shame it was that I didn't have a bullet in my head. He wished I was dead, and that he never spoke to me in the first place, because he was still in love with, more like insanely obsessed with my ex, my current boyfriend of a year, Zach. He informed me that the war was just beginning, and he would do everything in his power to win him back, like it was some kind of adorable trophy you won for baking the best pie at the county fair. I was incensed, completely livid, and brimming to the edge with fury. I told him to watch his back, because I'm coming for him. I called Josie and told her everything that happened, and asked if I could come stay with her for a week. She excitedly agreed. Zach was asleep for this whole ordeal and was blissfully unaware of anything that had happened. When he found out the next day, I think he was more angry than I was. Fortunately for us, the gang leaders Chaz liked Zach a whole lot more than he did Jacob, so he hatched his plan. The idea was for them to kidnap Jacob like Zach so many times before. That they would be accomplishing this task while I was on my way up to Maryland. And when I got there, he would be mine to do with as I pleased. You can imagine on the 8-hour drive up there all the hideous and heinous... You can imagine on the 8-hour drive up there all the heinous, hideously brutal ideas that were going through my mind. I was going to inflict maximum amounts of pain on the guy that had caused so much in my own life, and I would relish every second of it. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, my dreams of reviving the Spanish Inquisition on my ex's head never came to fruition. When I arrived in Maryland, Josie came skipping out to greet me, happy as a lark like always. She had some good and bad news. I always asked for the bad news first, and the bad news was that Jacob had gotten tipped off by Kenny. God, I hated Kenny, always meddling where he didn't belong, that everyone was coming for him. He made a hasty retreat and had intended to kidnap Zachary and take him on the run too. But that was the good news. Before he could get to him, Zach had already hopped on a bus and headed to New York to stay with his mom while things cooled off. As sad as I was that I once again missed him, I was just relieved that he was out of harm's way, safe and sound. Again, no alarm bells going off for the second time that I had made the trip up there. Zach was not around. Josie called him on her cell phone, and he apparently picked up his mom's phone because he never had his own cell, and we got to enjoy one of the rare times we actually spoke on the phone. All was well, so now for a week of fun plotting on what we were going to do to Jacob the next time he reared his ugly head. Later on that week, Josie wanted to drive down to an old colonial part of Maryland and go ghost hunting on these abandoned railroad tracks. However uneventful it may have been, we did end up inviting Sean to go with us. Turns out the psycho dude actually felt bad. Well, almost. He told me blankly that if I didn't have the balls to stand up to him, he would have very much killed me and my family for $500. Instead of killing him on the spot, which every fiber in my being was telling me to do, I decided to play nice and get him on my side. That way if Jacob ever tried that crap again, he would definitely tell him no because I'm the cool dude. Sometimes you catch more flies with honey. Anyway, the rest of the week was normal and a pretty good time. Josie and I said our goodbyes as we parted ways, wishing each other a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. The next couple of weeks was semi-normal. No word from Jacob at all. Not even a peep. What a gift, I thought. I'll take it. Year 2 of my relationship had begun quite happily, believe it or not. Even my birthday month of January was an unusually good one. Then came the next couple of months. 2 months which quite vividly live within me to this day. They also defined my life for the next several years. This is when the sky stopped falling, and my world completely crumbled from beneath me and utter devastation. At the beginning of February, Josie had a sudden and urgent impulse to get away from her parents. Now, I completely understand that, so I happily agreed to let her come stay down south with me. I borrowed my best friend's car, and we drove a 15 to 16 some odd hour round trip all the way to Maryland and back. My parents were less than thrilled. They told me she couldn't live within the house, so I said fine, and shelled out my own money to a local La Quinta where she lived for almost 2 weeks, before my parents caved and let us back in my house. Now, I forgot to mention something extremely important earlier about my boyfriend Zach. He was very sick. I mean, terminally ill, but we thought it wouldn't be for years. I was told he had cystic fibrosis, and he needed a double lung transplant in order to live longer. He was hospitalized in the beginning of February, and rushed up the transplant list because his condition was grave. I couldn't even begin to tell you how, after the year we'd been through together, how badly I wanted to be by his side. Unfortunately, he was at a hospital in the part of the country that specializes in treating CF, and it was way too far to travel. Josie kept me in pretty good spirits about the whole thing. She had a lot of experience with CF since her sister died from it years earlier. She reassured me that since he was so young and tried to take such good care of himself, that he would probably receive donor lungs soon and be just fine. I tried not to worry about it too much, but in reality I was worried to death. Losing him after getting him out of harm's way so many times before was not an option in my mind. How could we have overcome so much for him to only succumb to his disease? Zach and I talked constantly when he felt like it, and even though he was scared and alone, he said he felt like $1,000,000 knowing I was supporting him, no matter where I was. That made me feel wonderful being able to comfort him from so far away, and for a couple of weeks, my comfort seemed to be doing the trick. Until one day. That day. My boyfriend suddenly died on February 14th, 2008. His lungs filled with fluid. He suffocated and died. There was nothing anyone could do. I was completely and totally lost. Josie broke the news, and I collapsed into the biggest mess you've ever seen. She was still living with me at the time, so she tried to console me as best as she could, while she was shedding her own tears at the loss of her best friend. That forever ruined Valentine's Day for me. To this day, it only reminds me of loss and death. You don't realize how fragile your heart truly is until you've experienced a loss like that. Little did I know that even worse moments in my life were about to occur. I was headed on a course for total destruction, and still blissfully unaware of the one person who had been driving this crazy train from day one. Skip forward to March, St. Patrick's Day to be exact. A little over a month since Zachary had passed. Josie had forcefully been returned to Maryland by her parents, saying as she practically ran away. I was off in La La Land of booze, drugs, and more pain than either of those could cover up. I was chilling with my Satanist posse, doing what normal American teenagers do on St. Paddy's Day. Pretending like we're Irish and testing the limits of alcohol poisoning. My alcohol tolerance back then was ridiculously high, so I'd already drank an inordinate amount when my phone rang. It was Josie. I slurred my words as something to the effect of, "Hey girl, what you doing?" came bumbling out of my mouth. I announced to the room that it was Josie, to which everyone replied, "Hey." She had lived with us for several months, and love her or hate her, she'd become an honorary Southerner. The next words out of her mouth once again sent my head spinning off into space and my world into chaos. Zach's not dead. I stopped breathing for a moment, and when I caught my breath, I asked her to repeat that again. She did, except this time she added the fact that his life had been in danger, blah, blah, blah. He had to hide it from me, blah, blah, blah. Jacob just had to think he was dead, whatever. I could literally feel my brain dripping out from my ears as my mind turned into mush with every word out of her mouth. Then for the real kicker to my drunken mental meltdown, Zach got on the phone. Sure enough, it was his voice. He apologized for what he had to do. I apologized for what I was about to do, which was scream and yell my lungs out, throw my phone into a wall, smashing it into a million pieces, and then proceed to go from being super hammered to completely wasted. I drank everything that wasn't nailed down. Who knows what other drugs I did on top of that, because I don't remember. I was literally having a complete mental breakdown. The last strand of sanity in my brain just snapped. I did this for a couple more hours until I somehow drove back home, put on my work clothes, and tore out of the parking lot to go to my job in a city half an hour down the interstate, with people chasing me trying to stop me. I don't recall any of what happened next, but apparently this is what I did. I showed up to work, completely wasted, and got fired from a good job. I called my father, freaking out in the parking lot of that job. He realized I was drunk, told me to stay there, and he would come get me. I wish crazy drunk me would have listened. Instead of doing that, I started driving on the interstate again, not caring if I lived or died, and obviously not caring about anyone else. According to the police report, I was tearing down the interstate at about 130. I apparently hit 2 mile markers on the side of the road and blew both of my right-hand tires, but continued driving as sparks shooting 50 foot out of the back of my car. I took the exit to the hospital going that fast and spun out completely totaled what was left of my car. According to bystanders, I proceeded to exit my vehicle and run across the interstate towards the hospital with people chasing after me. Once I got into the ER doors, I heard the familiar whoop-whoop of a police cruiser. I was arrested for driving under the influence. I blew a .2 about 12 hours after I had my last drink. If I had blown a 2.1, I would have gotten a felony charge. That led to years of failed drug tests, violated probations, and ultimately a year in jail. After that, I decided enough was enough. These crazy people from Maryland and their insane concept of living could all go to hell as far as I was concerned. It had been nearly 2 years of torment, fear, and unimaginable pain. Worst of all, it was starting to cost me my mind and my freedom. I was done listening to Josie and ready to part, and ready to start listening to my actual friends in town who had been begging me to stay away from those people for a long time now. Some good friends set me down and started to tell me the inconsistencies in all of their stories over the last few years. At first I didn't want to listen, but then eventually there was too much evidence not to listen. I finally opened my ears and my mind to what was really going on. I decided to figure this out once and for all. I got on MySpace, Facebook, and every other social media I could think of. I typed in Josie's full name into the search bar of everyone. What I found to this day still makes me want to turn my stomach contents inside out. They're on every social media possible by using her name and the few email addresses I knew she had. I found dozens and dozens of accounts linked to her emails. Duplicate after duplicate of Zachary's full name on accounts with pictures of her, and the same thing with Jacob and every single solitary other person in the supposed elites. That's when it finally, after years of denial and torment, it finally hit me like a railroad car full of bricks. She's every one of those people. She absolutely and unequivocally made up every single one of those people and has been pretending to be a dozen people for more than 2 years. As you can imagine, my jaw hit the floor. Thank God I had some close friends that were there to keep me from falling apart and help me find every fake profile she had ever created. I was dumbfounded. Profile after profile after profile that had her pictures and the names of people that I thought were entirely real. Prototype accounts before she ended up making the actual fake accounts. Gagger jokes to her, really. In fact, all of this had to be one big, insane, psychotic joke. I was too shocked to be enraged yet, but that's coming. I diligently copied every link to every one of her profiles into my AOL Messenger, and then I called her. Hey, how are you? I'm alright, I guess, just bored. You? Definitely not bored. Get on to AIM and I'll show you something really interesting. I was nearly hysterical at that point, and she could tell something was up. Once she was online, I simply asked her, "Hey Josie, what are these?" Then sent her the link to every fake profile she had ever created in her life, and a few email accounts I didn't even know that belonged to her. The silence on the other end of the line was deafening as I heard her clicking through link after link. Her 2-year-long mental game was over and she finally realized it. Her words? "Well, man, I guess you got me." Then she started to laugh, genuinely laugh, as though something remotely funny had just occurred. I don't recall what I said, but it was bad enough for my friends to take the phone away from me and hold me down. Catfish wasn't around back then, so I had unwittingly become one of the first hardcore victims of a stalker in the internet age. Worse than that, I'd talked to, lived with, and even befriended the girl who had been stalking me and trying to ruin my life for 2 years. It was literally, and still is, the single biggest problem I've ever had in my entire life. Thousands upon thousands of messenger conversations, hundreds and hundreds of hours of phone conversations, countless amounts of cash being spent to drive up several states away just to stay with my psycho stalker every time. Even bringing her down to live with me for months, having $5,000 mysteriously vanish out of my bank account. Everything was starting to make sense. There was no Jacob, there was no Zachary, there was no gang. What there was one completely insane girl with more mental problems than she could fit in an encyclopedia. She was the only person I ever talked to. She was the only person I ever saw. And even worse, she was the one who paid Sean to come down here to my house with a gun and try to kill my family. Josie was the only person in these last 2 years that had orchestrated any of this. From all the fake kidnappings and boyfriend drama, to faking the death of someone I'd fallen in love with and bringing him back just to screw with me. All of the events of the last 2 years came flooding into my mind, as I realized in each and every one, it was solely her, and no one else but her. So many questions raced through my head. The least of all, why me? I deleted my MySpace and made my Facebook private. I only accept friends that I know are real. I fell completely off the wagon and out of my head. Drugs, alcohol, and more drugs. That's all I could do to cope. Here I was, a man that had unknowingly fallen in love with a straight woman, and regardless of whether or not I thought it was a gay dude, which I wholeheartedly did, that stuff still messes you up pretty bad. I didn't think I could ever be close to someone again. My world had been ruined. To this day, all these years later, I still don't trust anyone. I don't think I'll be able to trust again, and can you blame me? She came down here. She moved into my sister's town not even half an hour away from me. I bumped into her by accident, and we started talking. As much as I wanted to stomp her into a bloody pulp on the ground, you catch more flies with honey. I wanted answers. I deserved them. I told her I was trying to forgive her, and that I needed answers to my questions in order to do so. I asked if she would sit down with me and tell me everything, and she reluctantly agreed. I politely informed her that this forgiveness was not for her, but for me, so I could stop holding on to and living in the past. I explained she nearly killed me. She ruined my life, and what she did was the most personal and horrific thing one human being can do to another, especially after I was so good to her. She was polite and let me get what I needed to off my chest. I tried to be calm and not rude so she wouldn't run away, and I did get closure somewhat and the answers to everything. Here's her explanation. Take it with a grain of salt. It started out as a joke when she was in high school. There was a girl who was being mean to her and bullying her, so she thought she'd get her back by getting her to like a guy online, and then reveal the awful truth later. She had made a bunch of prototype profiles, and eventually almost 20 profiles in, it looked like this group of people that had the same friends, and they were real. She just pulled pictures off of Google. She knew none of these people in her life. She was having a good time tricking this girl, when along comes a spider to mess her web up. Me. She said she thought she would just mess with me a bit and let me know she was actually a girl, but after talking to me, she unintentionally fell for me. Whether that's true or not, I don't know what to believe. If she really did love me, then why would she put me through that for 2 years? She said she wanted to tell me a million times, but it just got out of control, and before she knew it, she was really getting into being these people, and somewhat believed she was them and they were real. Again, this chick is the world's best BSer I've ever met, so who knows what the truth really is. All I wanted to know is how did she get the music, and how did she sound like a guy on the phone? The music, as she shockingly demonstrated to me, was actually hers. She's an amazing pianist and guitar player, and I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Zachary's voice on the phone wasn't very complicated. She paid a guy friend a few bucks to be on it, and he eagerly agreed to it. Ruining somebody's life for a few bucks. How sweet. Sean was all her. She paid him $500 to do that, and she had zero explanation as to why. She knew he would do it. He's just as much of a psycho as she is. The rest of it was just pure fantasy and imagination, all dolled up to be extra crazy so I would care more about Zach and give her more attention. As lie after lie was finally revealed and the truth was brought to life, I had heard enough, and after around 8 hours of this, I had heard everything. I heard everything I really ever needed to hear and wanted to. My life was nearly destroyed, my family nearly killed, and my mental and emotional health scarred forever, simply because she wasn't getting enough attention. Neither was I when all of that had started, but I didn't go about like a human wrecking ball trying to make myself feel better. I'll never be able to comprehend or understand the mind of someone like that. People who derive pleasure from other people's pain and misery. I'll never be able to fully trust, not in the way that was required of a true partner and companion. I just can't do it again. If I'm mortally betrayed again, I know next time it'll kill me. So as I write this in my apartment, a little over a decade after everything happened, I'm alone. One good thing did come from this. It sure made me the person I am today, and it strengthened and toughened my resolve into steel. I learned to be okay with myself, and to finally love myself after so many years of self-loathing. I'm a pretty amazing person. I don't need a man to define my life, and who I am in any shape, form, or fashion. Obviously, I'm worth something. Otherwise, this psycho chick wouldn't have latched on to me for years, and ended up moving 8 hours away from her home to be 30 minutes away from me this entire time. What she stole, I will never get back. But what I gained, she can never take away from me again. Have you ever heard about competitive stalking? If you ever get a stalker, I pray you get a stupid one. One that's messy, forgetful, that doesn't think about the consequences of their actions. One that leaves fingerprints where they shouldn't. That slips up, that rushes. I hope you don't get one that's meticulous, patient, or smart. If you have such a stalker, you can go years without noticing them. Years of your life filed away in someone else's memory. Memory that you're already being stalked and you don't know. Maybe you're already being stalked and you don't know. Maybe that tight feeling in your chest has a reason. Do me a favor. Check your house for small spaces, places where someone might hide. Check your food. Take pictures of all of your things before leaving, and compare the pictures with how they look when you're back. Look behind you at all times, or around you. Close your blinds. And no matter what you do, don't ever be alone. I didn't think I was the type of person to be stalked. I'm not some popular, pretty, extroverted girl that everyone seems to gravitate towards. My best friend is my mom. I'm average in terms of looks, and I'm not very smart or charismatic. Genuinely, there's nothing interesting about my life. I mean, I do drugs from time to time, but apart from that, you know. And that's quite boring too. But that's how I came to know about my stalker, or stalkers. About competitive stalking in general. Part of my work is face-to-face, but some orders take place online. For that, I go on the dark web. I won't go into many details of how exactly I operate, and I assume you understand why. But I'll say that I limit myself to what I need to do, and I'm never curious. I occasionally come across hitman ads, forums of pictures of sleeping people, but nothing too crazy. Competitive stalking. That was the purpose of the community I accidentally discovered. I won't say the exact name of the community or provide any way to gain access because I don't want to contribute to its popularity. But I basically came across threads and discussions where people were bragging about their conquests. One woman said, "I'm a woman and I love stalking men. It's just something that gives me power, I think. I've currently narrowed it down to these two people and I can't decide. It's like they're competing for my attention. No one ever suspects that it might actually be a woman who's after a man, and not the other way around, and that gets me hot." A reply says, "No way, you're stalking them too? I've been on to him since he was 22. He's hot and his life got infinitely better since I came. I suggest you leave him alone and turn to your other playboy. Do you even know anything about him? I know how long he showers, and what he enjoys, and how much money he has in his bank account. I know his medical history and his favorite shows." The reply again, "Please, the other day I was in his house. I watched him eat his dinner." "I know. I saw you." "Where were you?" "Yeah," as if I'm gonna say. There were dozens of threads like that, exchanges between people stalking the same person, or just posts looking for validation and comments like "congrats" and "good job." I saw pictures of people in their own homes, naked, sleeping, even selfies sometimes. Pictures that look like they'd been taken from a crawl space or a closet or through peepholes. I saw some really perverted stuff too, but I won't get into details. One post says, "I'm in love with her. I even look after her kids, watch them at school. Sometimes I talk to them and I ask a lot of questions about mommy. Do you know how easy it would be for me to just take one?" That person was 100% anonymous and didn't offer any identifying details about the victim either. I kept scrolling though, unable to look away. The same morbid curiosity as when you're looking at a car accident. "Last night she made the best chili," one read. "Here's a picture of her underwears. Isn't that neat?" said another one. "I talk to her all the time. She has no idea it's me." It just kept going. It's not like she's too clean herself. You know, it's always the ones you least expect. She's this washed out junior in college who doesn't talk to anyone, and yet she deals. It's funny to see. That one caught me off guard. I watch her from her window all the time. It's funny when she cries herself to sleep. I managed to get in once, but I had to jump out the window because she came home. A reply came, "Wait, are you talking about blank?" That was my full government name. "Yeah, why?" "I'm in her house right now." I can't begin to describe how I felt in that moment, and I pray you never get to experience this. For a full minute, I didn't think at all. I just stared at the message until I brought myself to read the date. It was dated 3 days ago. Where had I been? I'd been home. Maybe they left. No one can stay in a crawl space for 3 days. I didn't even know I had a crawl space. I shot up from my desk and started pacing around the house, pulling furniture out and checking everything frantically. I finally took a good look inside my fridge and thought it might have been paranoia, but I swear it looked like someone had quietly lifted the lids off of my stuff and taken an almost unnoticeable amount out. I couldn't find a crawl space, and I went back to reading. "How'd you get in?" The response says, "I'm not telling you that. Maybe in time you'll become a professional like me. I go out all the time and stare at her when she's sleeping." The response said, "I don't believe you." I was skimming through the messages while dialing my mom. She picked up pretty quickly. "Are you okay, sweetie?" I told her, "Mom, I think someone is stalking me. I came across a website and there's some stalkers talking about me." There was a pause and she said, What? I see on the screen, I'm so good at doing what I'm doing, I hacked her phone and laptop and I can see her screens. Get in line. I froze, phone in hand. I swore I heard a faint scratch coming from the living room. Slow and careful, like nails testing wood. I thought, get out, talk later. As I was putting on my jacket, I glanced at the monitor one last time. My mom was panicking on the other end, asking me all kinds of questions I didn't know the answer to. And one last message caught my attention. I don't care. You're just an observer, a watcher. I'm a player. I actually came in contact with her. I've been talking to her on the phone for months, and she thinks it's her mother.